The evidence seems to indicate that you're watching Dolly Vision.
Topping up, Dolly Vision's dreaming real. True crime scene blast to feel so unreal. YouTube madness like share, subscribe. Jack's on fire, burning the world's fire. Where's the baby missing shadows crawl? People whisper footsteps down the hall. Fingerprints of the dead, cold as stone. He's got the scoop, best around town known. Dolly Vision headlines, King of Peace. Truth unravels, crackling through the heat. Lost soul shouting, echoes in the night. Rock the truth while live on their light. Topping up, Dolly Vision's dreaming real. True crime scene blast to feel so unreal. YouTube madness like share, subscribe. Jack's on fire, burning the world's fire. Where's the baby missing shadows crawl? People whisper footsteps down the hall. Fingerprints of the dead, cold as stone. He's got the scoop, best around town known. Dolly Vision headlines, King of Peace. Truth unravels, crackling through the heat. Lost soul shouting, echoes in the night. Rock the truth while live on their light.
What is up, YouTube? It is Dolly back in the house. And tonight, of course, we're talking Sebastian Rogers. It says what happened in those 2 hours. NDA and more. And why the hell is Terri Lynn lying on Dolly? Okay, we're going to be talking all those things tonight. But first, leave your DNA all over that like button, just in case you go missing in the hills of what?
Tennessee.
Tennessee, says PJ. Tennessee. So leave your DNA if you haven't hit the like button. Also, if you're brand new, stub up, ring the bell. We're almost at 63,000 people. And I can't do it without you. So feel free to share my ugly face on any social media platform you choose. Maybe a Facebook group or two. Okay, so basically, Terri Lynn was making her rounds today. The Terri Lynn World Tour. Now, for you guys maybe that's not familiar with who the hell Terri Lynn is, Terri Lynn was the lady that's down there in Hendersonville, Tennessee, and she had been out looking for Sebastian all day, every day, her whole life. Okay, says according to the news. According to the news, every day,
yeah,
all day.
All day.
Never stops. Like a machine. The machine.
It's her life.
The Sebastian Rogers searching machine, Terri Lynn. Okay. So basically, she's been doing her world tour, you know, part of the green team. And, you know, apparently every time the green team has a falling out with everybody, we get like, it's like a reunion of the damn Beatles. It's like a world tour, right? They all go on tour. They hit every panel. They spread all kinds of misinformation. And the bad thing about this is I hate to say it, and this ain't to pick on Terri Lynn, is I don't believe shit none of these people say, right? And I hate to say it today, you know, have you ever listened to something and it felt like you got dumber for listening to it? Like you just jumped on the short bus, you caught the wrong bus and you got on with the slow kids and you got to listen to these people talk. And you're really just trying to make sure you don't miss nothing or there's some information that may leak. And, you know, because I like to have the scoop on everything. So I listen to a little bit of everything. Vincent, thank you so much for gifting those 5 memberships. Get on the Dolly train today. If you on the Blessed Express, you riding with the best. Okay.
Lord.
Okay.
I'm going to bed if you pull that thing out.
Oh, the what? Okay, I'll do it. I'll do the sound effect tonight. You get it full-fledged, Dolly. What? The opening the gates of heaven on your ass. Okay. So, today she basically went on Queen Bee's channel, right?
Well, yesterday or the day before, I think, was BJ's.
Oh,
and today was.
So a couple days ago, she went on Snoozy's, Sleepy Dwarf, right, channel. And today, I like to call her Queen Newport. Okay, I know a lot of people refer to her as a bee buzzing around.
She eats her cigarettes.
But I like to say that Newport is her nectar. Okay, so Queen Newport, you just, for copyright reasons, we don't want to call her by her name. But anyway, I'm just playing. Okay, I know some people like that lady. That's perfectly fine.
She's all right sometimes.
But Terri Lynn went on her channel, and there were some rumors that came out about Seth Rogers being asleep in his truck for 2 hours with no video or no of his whereabouts for 2 hours of that night that Sebastian allegedly went missing. Okay. And on the Queen Bee channel, Terri Lynn came up there and said that she heard that on this channel. Okay. And that TikTok had said it here on our live. But here's the this is how you know she's lying. TikTok has never been on my channel.
Not even in the chat.
Not even in the chat. And not only that, but I have never talked about Seth in his truck for 2 hours, not on video. I've never said anything about that. Now, is it a possibility she mixed me up with somebody else? Maybe. But here's the thing. How come every time a crazy rumor gets started, my name gets thrown into it? And I'm always the one out here trying to stop misinformation.
Yeah.
Okay. And as soon as there's a crazy rumor, Dolly did it. If something's fucked up on the internet, Dolly, right? Instantly you hear that them L's pop out, the Ollie, right?
Maybe QB tried to help clarify it for her. She said it was Monkey Boys, and it was almost like she was trying to double down that it was you.
Yeah.
And I was kind of listening to it like, whoa, back it up, Terri Lynn.
Yeah, I don't really know too much of Terri. I'm sure she's been in the room, Terri Lynn.
She's been in the room every now and then.
And maybe it's just her simply mistaken of what she thought she heard here. I don't mess with the green team. Okay. I ain't a part. Everybody, I'm not a part of any of these teams. I'm team Sebastian Rogers. There's the green team, right? Which is a bunch of fucking idiots. Right?
Before Terri Lynn, we had another rogue green team member making the rounds to the same.
What was her name? Yada?
Julie.
What was the
and
one
then
that was
Yada? But Yada was, I don't know. She was a relative of the.
Yeah, Katie's relative went on.
But I don't think she was official green team. But Julie, I believe, was, and she was making like the same channels and everything. It's like they're sending out their leaders or their speakers to go send the message out or something. It's weird.
It's like Wu-Tang and the Killer Bees. Okay, it's like they go rogue on the green team.
Are they really rogue though?
Or is it just them spreading information that they want to get out there, and this is a way for them to jump on these channels? Dolly be famous, right? If you're gonna blame somebody, you might as well blame the living legend.
You did it.
Dolly. Okay, I did it. I take blame. I'll be the bad guy in it. No, but I've never had TikTok Tony over here, and I've never said nothing about Seth being in a vehicle. But that's just them putting out information. Why is Seth allegedly asleep in his vehicle the same night Sebastian goes missing?
I mean, he must have had a break. From my understanding, it was a break time for him or something.
For 2 hours?
And
who gets 2 hours break?
Salaried employees can, apparently.
I mean, that's true?
I don't necessarily know that it's right or that it's how they should do things. But apparently that's what was said he did.
Do you lie, Dolly?
Oh, Lord. We're doing that.
Not
I feel
tonight.
Like I have deja vu.
Not tonight. I don't. Okay. Tonight, I'm telling y'all nothing but the truth. So help me God.
I don't intentionally lie. It gives me anxiety.
Hand on PJ's head. I ain't got a Bible. That was the closest I could get.
He's not on my head. Don't believe him.
Axe to the neck. So, when I was hearing this today, it's almost like, listen, nothing against people, right? But I lost brain cells listening to these women tonight. Okay. I don't want to say some of these women are fucking stupid, But oh my God, y'all are fucking stupid. Okay. I can't help it. I can't help it. I want my brain cells back after listening to this. Okay. Like,
please.
I was beating on the window. They're like window lickers. It's
because they were all kind of talking and they all had questions, and then they all
there you go. Right. We're going to talk about these NDAs in just a minute.
Right. Please don't sign NDAs without knowing what's in the paperwork.
They're all window lickers. Okay. Like when you get on the short bus with them, they're just straight window lickers. Like if all of them put their brain cells together, it wouldn't make a fucking peanut brain. Okay. Oh my God.
You
right?
realize some of the people that like that channel are probably
in here. And,
so you're possibly offending
some people. Might be offending you, but I can't help it. Okay, I can't help it.
I think you're just not a female. I think it's a female type of conversation they were having. And it's more like, and you're not really that.
It was like squirrels. Every 30 seconds, it was like they were going brain dead and they were sitting there like mutes and shit. And I'm like,
that's because that's the issue. Terri Lynn seems to have to really think about her responses. So they would ask her a question and she'd be like,
because she's full of shit. Right? Like you would get a question and then the answer would be some full of shit question. And you ever notice like, still in hashtags and now calling people window lickers. Okay, window lickers.
I knew you were gonna say it too.
I couldn't help it. I was just like, I had to bring my intelligence down like so many notches, right? Like I honestly thought I was being punked. Okay, I thought I was being punked. I was like, there's no way this is a. You know, I haven't listened to it for a while, right? So this is a normal conversation. This is how they hold a conversation. Like I was just like, I listened to an hour of nothing. An hour of nothing, right? So I'm like, what the hell is going on? So I'm thinking there's going to be some information about this non-disclosure agreement. And like, I just could not take it. I was like,
didn't even get to the part yet.
Once I got past the Dolly did it shit, okay, Dolly did it. Dolly's to blame, right? And I was thinking, you know, I heard rumors. No signing anything. Yeah, really. Don't sell your soul to me, right? You definitely don't do it for Seth Rogers. What? Here's my thing. Why would this lady? I don't want to jump around because now I'm going squirrels like them. See what happens?
What happens?
See what happens when you listen to them? You fucking they squirrel up your brain. I feel like somebody tossed me, like was flipping my brain over in there and shit, right? So Terri Lynn comes up there, you know, they're asking Terri Lynn a bunch of questions and she don't know how to fucking work a cell phone to save her life. Okay. Like,
well, no, listen,
allegedly, it's like she walked out of a cave and picked up a flip phone and jumped on the queen bee. Okay. Go
ahead.
All right, go ahead. You good. I'm just saying she's like the first phone ever invented she had.
You're not following along though. She was alleging that her phone was getting calls and interruptions from the perpetrators.
The perpetrators.
Right.
And you know, this whole
turtle that visits Cuda Beach. And because I'm a turtle, I can't close my legs like she says. So I have sand in my cooter and my fupa.
And the fupa. Okay. All right. Well, we're gonna have to work on that. We had to hose you down. Lord, was that Jax?
Jesus.
Was that Jax that said that? Yeah, that's some Jax stuff right there. Okay, so where was I at?
The phone calls that she couldn't keep.
Okay, at first, you know, she's trying to get onto the stream. She don't know how to operate a cell phone from this year or this generation, right? Has no clue, like it's the first time she ever picked up a cell phone.
Yeah.
But apparently, you know, she's been a part of the green team. And I've said for a while, the green team is a bunch of idiots, frauds, scammers.
Yeah.
Like you just can't even make this shit up at this point, right? Like it is that bad.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. Let me give I never gave my warnings, right?
Yes.
Dolly Vision's for entertainment purposes only. We talk news, rumors, gossip, speculation, theories mixed with some comedy and a little bit of chaos. Completely satire. So don't take nothing here as fact. Just my opinion, people. The callers' opinions are theirs and theirs alone, not to reflect on the Dolly. Everyone is innocent to proven guilty in a court of law, and Terri Lynn does not know how to operate a phone. All right. And don't be Dolly at home. It's dangerous. You could end up a DoorDash driver. You don't want that to happen. You could lose your
Really
key
bad
fob
one.
and you will never find it. Okay. Do not
was
try
so
to
yesterday.
be Dolly. Okay. Do not try to be Dolly, whatever you do. Okay.
Don't do it.
You'll wake up one day and you'll be trying to sell soap. I mean, everybody can't do it. Everybody can't sell the soap like Dolly. Okay. So don't try it. Don't try it. When you fail, it's not my fault. Okay. So basically, this lady has been working with the green team, and we have these private investigators, and we got weirdos on X, and just all kinds of stuff, right? And Terri Lynn for a while, I always give her credit for searching, because I think it's important people get out there and search. And a lot of people are like, well, Terri Lynn ain't doing, she's searching parking lots and she ain't really doing much and blah blah blah. Well,
I called her a lot lizard.
People calling her a lot lizard, yeah. But here's the thing is, when people say that, I'm like, well, did you search a parking lot?
Yeah.
So she's doing better than you, because you ain't searching nothing, but you're talking bad about this lady, right? So I appreciate her going out there and searching, but the effery she's involved in, and I feel like the whole thing they found at what is it, Worsham's, with the Katie stuff on it, I believe that shit was planted. I believe it's all been played. The pants, Sebastian Rogers' pants, playing it.
If you actually got into the meat and potatoes of what she had started to say, my opinion, or what I gathered, was that they had her signing an NDA over those items.
So she couldn't tell it.
So she couldn't tell it.
So she couldn't tell that they were doing bad things out there.
Evidence.
Yeah, making up shit, right? Basically,
I might be wrong, but that's what I interpreted.
No more FUPA reminders, okay? We got a FUPA chat. Okay.
Gotta write FUPA differently for the robot to recognize the word.
You gotta write it differently. Okay.
Clue Channel's mastered it.
So I believe a lot of that stuff in the beginning was staged, and a lot of it was for show. And I said this in the Summer Wells case too. I do not trust anybody that signs a non-disclosure agreement in a missing child case.
I always feel like that's some, like, I'm covering up some criminal shit type.
Why would she sign shit that she don't even know what it said? 16 pages, right? 16 page NDA, and she signs it, and basically she is just a puppet for the green team.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Say what they want you to say, do what they want you to do. You can't talk when you ain't allowed.
At one point, she says that they tried to take over her channel or something. It was weird. Like, what?
They have become the biggest joke I have ever seen in a missing kids case. And even Terri Lynn said, good luck getting your 500,000 or whatever the crazy amount of reward
That's her retainer.
Huh?
Their retainer is 500,000. The reward is 447,000. Yeah. She did sign it, Laura. She was on the channel today saying she signed it.
Yeah, she signed it.
And then she said she didn't understand what it said. She said she didn't know the people that were on it. And then she said, basically, well, they asked her and she agreed to it. So I don't even know if that's what she said, but she said she felt like it would make her safe if she signed it from all the harassment she
and then she, you know how in the beginning they said searchers were being threatened. And she was being threatened. Now she's saying she
had a flat, that it wasn't actually somebody that slashed her tire.
And what did I tell y'all? I said, nobody's down there threatening anybody. Nobody's down there hurting. It's a reason not to search for Sebastian Rogers.
And that's what she said. That was, I think, the actual outcome of her entire story today was that for whatever reason, they wanted her to sign an NDA and to not search anymore.
Yeah, they don't want you searching.
Why?
They don't want you searching for this child.
That's weird.
That to me, it says a lot. Like, do they really want him found? Because if he's found, all this ends,
over.
Right? The grift is over. And the whole thing ends, right? And then people move on to the next case and the next case and the next case. But to me, it seems like they really don't want that to be the situation. That, listen, I'm still suspicious of Chris and Katie. That nothing changes there, right? I think there's a lot of things that they have left to explain to make this whole thing make sense and to make me think maybe Sebastian did run out, right? But just because Katie and Chris are our number one suspects, it don't mean what the green team is doing is okay. You know, we got people suing people. We got people making up things. We got them, what it sounds like to me, and I'm not positive on this, but it seems like they're trying to plant evidence and even discussing they'll do whatever it takes to get Katie locked up, maybe.
And this conversation with Terri Lynn, at one point, she actually says, in her opinion, she believes, in her opinion, she said it twice because she wanted to make sure people knew that it wasn't a factual thing she was stating. But in her opinion,
thumbs up emoji, thumbs up emoji, thumbs up emoji, thumbs up emoji.
She believes they're making a movie.
You know, and Pete, we've discussed this. Let me tell you this now. A lot of the interest in the Sebastian Rogers case is gone. Okay. Like in the beginning, there was thousands of people that were really, really interested in the case. Now you look at it, it's the low thousands. It's not as many people.
Well, nobody wants to deal with this bullshit.
Yeah, everybody got over it because it become a circus and people were making up stuff, and then people were kicking a dead horse for a year straight. How many videos on lights did we get? How many videos on green hoodies did we get?
God.
Right? Like people got over it. And people have moved on to other shit. Like people would rather talk about anything. People were begging me to stop talking about it. Dolly, talk about anything. We don't care if you talk about the damn ants in your driveway. Just stop talking about Sebastian. The shit's old, right? And but me, I'm not a quitter. I try to keep it out there, keep it relevant, keep people talking as many as I can. But like I told PJ today, I said, well, if it's a movie, this is straight to Hulu. This shit don't even go to Netflix, right? Netflix wouldn't even touch this. This is a straight to Hulu. And no, anybody in here got Hulu?
This is like life.
Like a handful of people. I think we got Hulu just to watch Karen Reed.
We did. And it expired.
And it's expired. We got the what was it? The trial version? We got the trial version just long enough to watch the Karen Reed documentary. And then we're like, who the hell watches Hulu?
I actually ended up watching it on YouTube TV.
There's a couple people got Hulu. Look, okay, they be the only people see the damn shit, right?
I think it's even low grade than that. I think it's like a Lifetime movie.
You think I don't even think Lifetime would touch it. I honestly don't. I think once it becomes like a circus or you can't tell what's real in it, people back away from it.
Well, there was rumors about it being a movie from like
what
very
about Summer
early
Wells?
on.
How did Summer Wells not turn into a movie?
I don't know.
Because it did the same thing. They muddied the water so bad, and everybody was like, I don't want nothing to do with this. This is a circus.
They don't have as many media people in Summer Wells.
As far as
Sebastian, all of the at night media.
Yeah, nobody gives a shit.
Julian
nobody gives a shit about
company.
them people. Nobody gives two shit. Who
Did it initially start out as like, hey, we're gonna paint the scenario and make it into a movie? Here's the thing: to
make a movie, you have to be down there looking and searching and doing shit, right? What are they doing to make a movie out of? Standing around with their thumbs in their ass? Is that a movie?
Well, when they were on that bill
this September, thumbs in your ass coming to a theater near you. Okay, ain't nobody gonna buy that. Nobody's watching that shit. Okay,
not with the thumb in your ass part. No.
I mean, what would they name the movie? What would they name the movie? Starring TikTok Tony, right? Nobody's watching that shit, right? Like if that's their plan, is they're gonna sign these things and there's gonna be this movie deal. Like you've been hanging out with Turtle Boy. Okay, are you just thinking?
And his movie deal got stripped from him.
Do these people really think they're going to get rich off of this child? I mean, I do know some people do look at shit like it's a paycheck. Now, I ain't saying these people are.
Clue said, I know what could have happened.
Clue knows?
She might need to come up and tell us because I
want to search her dishwasher. Okay? Ain't no telling what's in her dishwasher. All right? So
we know what's in her dishwasher. She done told us.
Things be hiding in her dishwasher. We know.
Are you looking for that?
No, I'm just saying.
I mean,
there's missing kids all over Tennessee, and she's been stuffing shit in her dishwasher. Okay.
Oh my God.
There may be some child trafficking going on in that dishwasher. I don't know. Okay. I just know. Turn the spin cycle off and open the door and look around. Okay, see what you see. So, I mean, to hear this whole movie thing, to me, that is almost comical, right? It's almost, could you see Seth in a movie? With his war braids, he comes all in, painted like Braveheart.
I'm done.
Waving a flag. Okay. Looking like he ate Steven Seagal. All right.
Clue said, I know you could make it from his job to Hendersonville to his house and back to work in 2 hours.
Well, here's the thing is Dolly never put that rumor out. But now that it's out there, I guess we can discuss it, right? Like, I can understand you work nights and you go out to your car and you go to sleep. I mean, it's possible.
Mm-hmm.
But that's a strange, did he do that all the time? Is there, I would think that he has a pretty solid alibi that the police looked into it, right? Because even if he was in his vehicle sleeping, I'm sure there's still video cameras in the parking garage.
To see that his vehicle did or didn't leave.
Did or didn't leave, right?
I would say that should be the case, yes.
And there was some strange occurrences. Now we have Seth missing for 2 hours, right? Unaccounted for 2 hours.
Mm-hmm.
We got Seth on day 3 starting a GoFundMe,
mm-hmm.
right? Which they didn't want done.
That was supposedly how they just completely split ways. Like they were good with each other, and then suddenly they weren't after this GoFundMe got set up.
Yeah. And then even in that, they were still trying to work together. Because remember, Seth came out and told everybody to F off that he was going to work with Chris.
That was when Tony came in.
Then Tony
came in to make them work together, and they didn't want to work with Tony. You don't remember that?
Yeah, they didn't want to work with Tony. Tony was trying to hit them up because he wants to be the PR person.
That he was the one that was going to bring them together to try not to butt heads anymore, and he was going to be the spokesperson for the family, but they didn't want to work with Tony.
Yeah, but look at what he's done now.
I know.
Look what he's done now.
Clearly, they shouldn't have
just look what he did in the Caleb Harris case. With the whole let me build a site off of this kid's name and then use that site to attack
that was
somebody.
Supposedly his work friend.
Yeah, and you notice when Caleb Harris was found, you notice TikTok never said anything. Oh, I'm glad they found him. Nothing, right? But you supposed to be the PR person for this family, and then you jump ship to go to another story, right?
Now that I think about it, he didn't even say I didn't see a post.
Nothing.
From him,
nothing.
Rest in peace or
nothing. How are you the spokesperson for this kid? And then when they find his body, you got nothing to say. Because the family fired him, didn't want nothing to do with him. They knew from in the very beginning. This is what I was told, that they called TikTok the GoFundMe king. That he had 3 or 4 different
I heard that
GoFundMes in Caleb Harris's name.
I heard that.
And that the family had to go through him to get money from these campaigns. Okay. And then you got to remember in the beginning, he was trying to bring Nina Glass in.
And she had the same rumors surrounding
her. Right. And totally try to shoot somebody and all that things.
Talk badly about the lady.
Yeah, she passed away. So we're not going to say nothing too bad about Nina Glass. But remember, instantly he came in with a grift. Her engine's blown up. We need money for an engine.
And Crabtree helped pay for that.
Poor Crabtree, right? Poor Stephen Crabtree.
He's been funding all of this just because he just wants to help everybody.
You know how much drugs he could have bought with that money? Okay, you know how many straws he could have stuck up his nose with all that money? But him being, having a big heart and trying to help these people, it just shows you that.
Wow. And I heard this rumor also, but Clue said nothing to say, but I definitely got a video of what was supposed to be Caleb's body in that water place sent allegedly from Tony to another person. I heard that rumor.
Whether he was sitting around video of the kid?
Of the deceased. Mm-hmm.
I mean, I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it. Like, a lot of people are like, why is Tony into this? He's not in it for the money. Is Seth giving him any money? I think somebody, in my chat said it probably the best. I think he's using this as a tax write-off, right? Because he said, he's keeping how much money he spent. Remember in that last video, he said he spent $17,000 on this and that.
Well, and Seth had reapplied for that nonprofit. So if he has him under him in some sort of way,
something is more to it. And what it is, I don't know. If it's a movie deal, if it's let's use this as write-offs. Let's try to do a nonprofit. Let's try to do something. Here's my thing. If you get so many crooks together, right? Like it's a crook magnet.
That's what Betty's always wanted. Molly came up when Molly first came back as Go Harder. She told all of the whole story of them heels on the ground or whatever, and how her, Betty, and JLR and them were going to make a nonprofit, and they were going to utilize it for their flights and their travel and their dining.
Yeah, to write that money off.
And that's all that Betty ever wanted out of that group of people. So now she's in this group of people.
And they also, the whole reality show thing. They've wanted to take it from YouTube to TV or the movie screen from way back in the day, right? But I look at it like, fuck that. YouTube's better than TV. Okay, more people watch YouTube than they do TV.
You can tell anytime there's a story and you go to it, you could see the news people are kind of like snubbing you.
Yeah, you did that in Georgia.
Not as bad around
I
here,
mean, you look at it in Georgia. It's true
see it in Georgia.
because I was doing so many views in Georgia. I mean, them videos were every day was what 60,000, 70,000 views, and the news was doing like 5,000. That's why they hated us so bad. There is because these YouTubers came in and they're getting all the ad revenue. And they're not getting shit, right? That's how they looked at it. But here's the thing. When I'm on the road, I can't monetize a video.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now.
I can now, but then I couldn't. So I didn't have monetized videos. Okay. All that time that I was in Georgia making all them views and stuff, I didn't get paid for that because I couldn't monetize on the road. Because for anybody that don't know, Dolly's channel was created. This channel was created by somebody else. It was created by, not Scottie Pippen, Prolific, right? Back in the day, the first few people on this channel was Prolific,
that's where you talk
Scottie Pippen, and I couldn't go live. I could go live, but I couldn't monetize it from the road. So anything I did on the road in the early days in the beginning were all non-monetized videos. But that's a lot of the reason that the media hated us is because we were doing more views than them. And if you think about it, I would rather be on YouTube where I have control of everything. Yeah, you have more freedom than to be on TV. So when all these people wanted to be on TV, well, when you go on TV, you got a boss, right? You got people you got to answer to. You can't do certain things because of advertisement deals, right? So if you get up there and say something bad, bam, there goes your advertisement deal. Yeah. There goes your show dropped off of TV. Whereas on YouTube, you can get up here and say whatever the hell you want. You're your boss, and the only person that can really cancel you is you. You have to stop making videos, right? So I never understood that whole, and plus they didn't tell me anyway, because I don't know.
Talk too much.
I guess I talk too much. And I'll tell it, right? So, but no, they
plus
were plotting.
You wouldn't have participated in that.
They were plotting behind the scenes doing shit and not telling me, right? I'm still like that. To me, it shows you how untrustworthy they were and how grimy some of the things they were doing behind the scenes were. And it took me a minute to realize what was going on. Right. And then once I did, I was like, okay, I can't have no parts in this because we don't have the same goals.
It was just making you look silly when, you know, the person that you're working with is talking badly about you to the other person that's talking badly about you. And
yes. Yeah. And then they're recording it to use it against you. And like all these recordings and all this effery that's going on. And you think people are there for the real reasons. And you get to see who is a real person and who is, you know, who just wants to be on some fame or on TV or something like that. So, I mean, I wouldn't doubt, you know, what Terri Lynn's saying that, you know, or what the rumors are that they're trying to promote it into something bigger than it is. Right. I just don't think that's going to happen. Right. Just like I knew
back since losing the pub. Yes.
They did roll a lot of that stuff back with the crew into that documentary on Hulu.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And that was Olivia's work there, rolling that into it. So
that was Paramount.
Was it Paramount?
I think so. I don't think that was on Hulu. I think it was on Paramount.
Okay. Paramount, Hulu. They ain't really did much after that.
But it was like a joke. It made them look really stupid.
Yeah, it didn't come off good because it was like how these people were interfering in the Idaho 4 case. And you know, all them people, the only person that was right about that, Dolly was right. Okay. That's why I can't be around them. They mess up my mojo, right? They mess up my mojo. So to hear, you know, a lot of times when these rumors get started, people want to blame me. That was the moral of my title. Is I'm not to blame for this because I really didn't know anything about Seth being in his truck for 2 hours. You know, and
I thought it was a rumor.
Far as Terri Lynn searching, I had been hearing rumors that they were planting shit. Right. But I never came up here and bashed any of these people or Terri Lynn because I didn't know if those rumors were true. You remember the pants they found, right? The pants, the glasses that wasn't.
And that was not Terri Lynn. That was somebody else in their search party.
I know, but it still came through Seth.
It did.
I don't trust anything that Seth was doing. I just honestly don't. And in the beginning, I did. But then I look at Seth now that he's surrounded himself with cons and crooks and bad people that make up stuff, and he's allowing it. He could shut that down, like the blob pictures of Chris.
That's the moral of Terri Lynn's whole story up here today. Is
you know them people working with Seth?
He could shut it. He just re-signed some type of contract supposedly, and he could have shut it all down. And it's him that's in the reins. He's the one controlling it. Like he says, he's like the sheriff of the town or something weird. I don't know.
Seth is a loose cannon, to be honest, in my opinion. Leo.
A lot of people think he's this poor man that's being
manipulated. I thought that too. And you kept telling me, I was like, you know, PJ would get on to me all the time about feeling sorry for Seth, right?
I still get shit for being mean to the man. I'm sorry, but
well, yeah, it's like we're like a yin and a yang. I'm like the easily. My heart pours out for everybody. PJ's more the tougher one of the two of us, right?
I'm jaded.
Yeah, she don't.
I mean, I've seen horrible.
She don't trust nobody.
I don't.
I feel bad for everybody. Like I'm a crier. I just be like, oh man, this poor guy. And PJ's like, you need to pay attention. You need to watch what's going on. You know why they do this. You should have stopped trying to help when they ran you off when I flew down there to help and spent all that money. You know, PJ said, hey, I shouldn't have did nothing else in the case after that because I tried to help and they didn't want my help.
And see, that's probably not the right way either because I think, you know, giving them another chance was okay. Now that I've come to today and knowing what I know, but ultimately, you know, you fool me once, that whole thing.
Yeah, I didn't blame.
I feel like
I didn't blame Seth for the incident in Tennessee when I got there. I was more upset with the Raging Cajuns. Okay. And
he's the one that
I know.
So, I mean, again, he's the one that's in charge of all this, bringing all this to the forefront. Like, hey, this is who I want to work with and fuck you. That's how I interpreted the whole thing. He did
say fuck you a lot to people, right? It was fuck you. If you didn't like his way, it was F you kind of attitude.
And that's not somebody that's timid, that's being manipulated, in my opinion. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just like in the beginning, I really didn't blame him for the things that transpired. The early circus, I didn't blame Seth for. I thought Seth was just, you know, he needed somebody. He was trying to get anybody he could.
That could be true also at the same time.
And he let in bad people. That's how I felt in the beginning. I was like, okay, because every now and then bad people infiltrate. They get in, right? Even good people make mistakes and let bad people in, right? You try to give people the benefit of the doubt, and I do it a lot.
Especially in a bad situation. Missing.
Hold on a second. I don't know who is calling. This got to be Rose. All right. PJ.
Not PJ.
Hey, it's Rita from Dexter.
Hey, Rita, we were totally wrong. We thought we were all blaming Rose.
Poor Rose.
I knew you were going to blame Rose.
Because she's usually, we didn't say nothing about, we didn't have the phone lines up or nothing, and then you called in.
See, I always get that sick feeling.
That we were about to say
anyway, I knew you were going to open them. I was just hoping they were already open, and I hit dial.
Okay. So what's going on? What do you want to tap in on, Rita?
I want to chime in. I'm going to say this. I said it in the chat, and I will say this. And then people are going to disagree with me. People are going to agree with me. People are going to disagree. But I believe that Seth is not bright enough to pull off hiding Sebastian this long without getting caught.
I don't think he is either. I don't think he's hid Sebastian. I truly don't. I just think he's I don't understand why there's non-disclosure agreements in a missing child case, right? Like
Yeah,
if
I
you
don't
hear
understand
something
why
or see
anybody would
something,
sign
I
that.
thought if you hear something or see something, you're supposed to say something, not shut up.
Yeah,
But report it
and
to
to
them.
want people to not look. And I want to say something about that too. Okay, so they wanted her to sign an NDA and not look for him anymore. Does that mean that she got close to where he is? Maybe everybody should go look at her past videos, see where she's been searching, and go research those areas.
And everywhere.
Because why would they all of a sudden not want her to look?
We would
That's odd to me.
we would
She's
have
been
to
looking a
search
long
every
time.
Waffle House parking lot from here to fucking Minnesota.
Waffle House.
Was friends with.
That's why they're giving her that.
Huh?
That's why
Be
she's
nice.
getting that nickname.
I'm being nice. I'm playing. It's a joke.
It's all right. I understand you guys.
Really, she never fully read what the instruction was or what she was supposed to refrain from talking about or being against. So I don't know that it actually was anywhere in there that said for her to stop searching. That was just what she said that she felt like they wanted her to do, is to stop searching.
Oh, but then a lot of people feel that way.
Yeah.
You know, when they look for him, they feel like, you know, like people go after him for looking, but someone needs to be looking. So, I mean, I can't fault her for looking, but I don't think she should be bringing Dolly's name up in the mix when he's always been the one that has good things to say about her.
Yeah, I've always said good things about her searching, and I think she was just mistaken. Like she had me mixed up with somebody else, but she did kind of double down on it.
Yeah.
Right.
But I'm gonna tell you where I thought I heard that at. I thought I heard that on T-Red's channel, and it was people in the chat bickering back and forth. And you know how that goes when they get in the chat room and they start fighting.
In the chat one time, I remember that.
About Seth being asleep in his truck.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, I think I remember that because I used to T-Rev. I started following him after I started following you, and then all that crap happened. Of course, I left his channel. But I think I was there that night. They were all getting into it, and people were blaming Seth because they said he was taking a nap. And then somebody in the chat said, co-workers have verified that is not true. So they all got in a big old argument in the chat. And Terri Lynn might have solved that and got it confused with you. Although I don't know how you can get T-Rev confused with you.
That's a hard one there. Yeah.
But I did hear.
He has been trying to be
rumor.
Dolly at home. So, I mean, I can understand where the mistake could come in. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So,
but I don't think that Seth took this kid. I don't think that he did this. I don't think that. I just don't think. I don't feel that. And I have a family full of police officers. Okay, and I mean they're uncles, aunts, and I come from a family. We could tell when somebody. Seth passed that lie detector test. I don't think he did it. I think that I think Seth's got a lot of problems.
Well, Seth was trying to buddy up to T-Rev there in the beginning. They had like a weird they had a weird bromance going. So there may have been some information that he gave.
You're not asking the right questions.
Yep, I remember that. He said, "Oh, you're not asking the right questions." He was all up on your panel.
Yeah.
And then he didn't come back on your panel.
That's why I didn't like
it. Because I called out TikTok Tony as a grifter, and and then Tony put an end to that.
Yep, you said, "Seth, you got to stop this because you got to get this dude with this sports memorabilia, Skylark, TikToker Tony. That just makes poor decisions. That's what he's guilty of.
Yeah.
Going with a bunch of people that are just making money off of his son instead of actually looking."
I think that dogs with fleas lie together.
Dogs and fleas lie together. Yeah. I mean, at first I thought that he was just allowing bad people, like, because he was sad and hurt and he didn't know no better. But now I realize he knows who he's fucking with.
And I mean, I can feel that way, but I still feel sorry and sad that he's missing his
I
kid.
do too. I still feel bad that he's missing his kid, but I don't feel bad for him about what I say about his team because look at his team.
He's made the choices to keep that as his team.
Yeah. Yeah. He made a conscious decision to have bad people around him. And at first I didn't think he knew they were bad, but now I know he knows they're bad and he still has them around him. So that tells me right there what type of person Seth is, And
I think that they know that Seth is locked in and they're just going to continue to make money off this kid's name. I mean, when you go to the internet, it's suggestion after suggestion. I had to start blocking some of their channels.
You know how they're
because it
doing
was just
it?
coming up on my YouTube left and right.
I caught it on Twitter when they started to harass Terri Lynn allegedly. They're tagging popular people that are trending on Twitter along with this drama. Like Terri Lynn was saying, like Madonna was tagged and like Taylor
Swift. Pops up
so it populates.
Yeah, when you search those tags.
It's crazy how deep this is.
Okay, Rita.
My conspiracy mind.
Well, look, we appreciate you calling in.
All right, I appreciate you guys taking my call.
All right,
all right,
all right, peace.
All right, I'll talk to you all later. I'll be in the chat though.
Well, some people are really good at spreading bullshit. Okay, they know how to do it. They know the best techniques to do it, and I just don't get the final unless it's to me. I just think it's all about clout. People want attention.
Yeah,
like it. I don't think there's big money in Sebastian. Like people think like there's this millions of dollars floating around out here to be made off of this kid's name. I don't think it's that. I think it's the attention people want. Because if you get enough attention later on, you'll make money. You know what I'm saying? It may not be off of Sebastian. It may be off of, you get this notoriety and a bunch of people start watching you. And then a big story breaks. That's how you start trending.
Yeah.
And I believe that's what these people are doing. Because I really feel like TikTok Tony's not in it for the money. I have never said you got the phone line open. What the hell? This is going to be Rose. Dolly.
Hey, Dolly.
Hey, PJ said hey.
Hey.
Hi, PJ. It's Rose.
Hey, Rose.
Hey,
from Virginia.
From Virginia.
Virginia.
I think by now we know where you from, Rose. Okay.
Thank you.
We're going to send you an NDA. Okay.
Okay. I understand. Listen, this story with Sebastian is like it feels like tonight your show is we're just grinding through everything from the beginning to the middle to the end where we are now. And because I see a lot of comments and things, you know, it's like all over the place. It's like in the beginning you loved Seth like a teddy bear kind of a guy, and then that weird phone call with you ain't asking the right questions, and then I caught the same vibe as PJ, like something's off with this dude. And then it's just, I mean, it's just going on and on. We keep talking about the parents, and this one did. It's just, I mean, it's mind-boggling, really. You know,
Rose is over talking about it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I mean, you say that every time we hear it. I've been over it. I agree to a certain extent. But I mean, there's things that come up, I think, that are somewhat important. So we do kind of bring it back every now and then. And you talk about it whenever you feel like it. But I won't even listen to it if it's something that I don't.
Well, when the drama gets out there, and then, you know, of course, I like to clear things up. Like, I wasn't one saying Seth was in a car sleeping for 2 hours. Right. So if people are going on a world tour saying Dolly said this or these rumors came from Dolly, I like to clear that up because that stuff didn't come from me. OK, I never said anything about
Dolly.
stuff.
I understand that because like when I call in, I sometimes feel like I have to call back just to clear up what I said before.
OK.
I'm playing. Go ahead.
Right.
I'm sorry, I had to.
We got you on a one call minimum anyway, Rose. I don't know who this is called. I never even knew the phone was on until people started calling.
You must have left it on.
I must have left it on, yeah.
Well, you know, I mean, it's an interesting case. I mean, it's just never ending. And I don't understand what kind of person, you as a father and PJ as a mother, let's say your child went missing, God forbid. How does it turn into a money racket? I mean, there's got to be something wrong with you in the first place, right?
Honestly, I don't talk to Chris. Like, everybody thinks me and Chris are BFFs now, but I would like to know how that conversation went down about the money.
Right. Like,
right.
Really
honestly, I'd like to ask them if I could ask them hey, how did this conversation go down about this money? Because we know Chris and Katie didn't. Seth told us this, that Chris and Katie didn't want this shit to go down like
And
this.
anytime that Chris has talked about
And
any of
you
the other
know, Seth has
YouTubers,
said
stuff like
a lot of things.
I was talking.
I know, like I'm saying, I can't hear both of you at
I
the
know,
same
but
time.
I mean, I had a
I'm
full
sorry.
thought.
I'm sorry, PJ. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I'm just tired.
I was trying to say Seth has said a lot of things, and I think even PJ and I would agree on. Why did you bring that stuff up about the essay that little Sebastian, God forbid, went through? I mean,
He did that. He did that to make Chris and Katie look bad. I mean, I know why he did it.
I think he did it for a different reason.
And yeah, there may have been something that they were going to say, and then Seth said that, right?
Like
because
step in front of it.
yeah, Seth tried to get in front of it because Chris had said that he would say something so horrible about Sebastian that nobody would look. And then Seth came out and said, well, Sebastian was SA'd on their watch.
Everybody hates this topic.
You know. But all right, Rose, you be good. Stay safe. We'll talk to you next time.
Bye.
All right, bye.
All right, peace. All right, now, what did you want to say?
I lost. I don't know.
Hold on, caller.
I don't have I was fully almost like finished with my whole sentence.
Well, I was listening to both of you, and it to me.
I know, but she started talking after I'd already said like 5 words.
Yeah, I know. I can't control that, right?
So you instead of saying, "Hey, like it's me," I've got to shut up. So now I don't have a clue what he was.
Well, I was like, hold on, like I didn't know you were going to lose your train of thought. Me and you talk over each other all the time. We can't help it. It's
I've been really trying not to today. I'm sorry.
That's just the way we communicate.
I know.
You know, so
it's just especially when it's a passionate topic, like if it's something we both have.
Okay, I'm going with this is Doug. Dolly.
Hi, Dolly. This is Cobra Kai. How are you?
What's up there, Cobra Kai? I was wrong. I thought it was Doug. I'm thinking, okay, who has the number? Because the number's not on the screen. But I forget everybody locks it into their phone. So.
Oh, well, I can give you my number if you want.
No, I'm saying we didn't put the phone line up. Usually when we take calls, we put the phone line up and we tell people we're taking calls. But tonight, people just started calling. Like just back to back to back. We wasn't even finished. Like usually we talk a little while and then we take the calls, but we didn't get time to finish talking before the calls started coming in.
Play a little bit of what Terri Lynn.
Yeah,
and you didn't turn it off.
No, and it's been ringing the whole time. Like there's somebody calling right now. Like so, thinking, damn, everybody's done saved a number.
Well, it's because we love talking to you.
Oh, okay. All right. I'll let that slide.
Okay. And hi, PJ. What is going on, Dolly?
Well, I mean, it's just more stuff in the Sebastian Rogers case.
Explain it.
Yeah, we were trying to explain it the best we could because it's a little bit of a circus. So basically, when these people defect from the green team, right? They got defectors like it's like it's the war, and they're like, okay, I'm going to run to the other side, and then they go to the dark side, which some people call some of these channels the dark side, right? They go to the dark side and they do like a full world tour. Like they'll go on this channel, they'll go on this channel, and then they'll start saying bad things about their team that they've been with, which we've known from the beginning that the green team is a bunch of, frauds and fakes and things like that. So we
just know they're
I do it.
They have shady tendencies.
Shady tendencies is not the word for it. Okay. It's way worse than shady tendencies. They make shit up. Yeah. Okay. That's the best way. They be making shit up. And everybody knows it, but some people are fans of some of these channels and they believe what they say. And that's my biggest problem is once you're convinced of something, it's hard for me, even if I'm right, to convince you. You know what I'm saying? Because you already believe it. So it always feels like I'm trying to change people's mind or I'm fighting this uphill battle. And because there's so many people out here that purposely, and I mean purposely, spread misinformation. Now, listen, some people make mistakes and say things that ain't right. I understand that I do it.
I know I've done it.
Right? It happens. And I ain't mad at people for that. I'm mad at people that purposely do it. Like, okay, shit's getting slow. Let me make up something. And you can tell when people do it. As a YouTube creator, I can, you know, so I have my biggest problem was when people do that, not when they think, oh, well, this may be true when they say something. It's when they make shit up. Like when you start seeing like, just like the Nancy Grace show where the dude put Chris's picture into a blob and then they didn't even hide it good. And then next thing you know, they're pulling the TV show and things like that, just faking shit, you know? And
like you said, it could have been something so great and she had to pull it because her name draws thousands of viewers.
Hundreds of thousands of viewers. Thousands. I draw thousands. She draws hundreds of thousands. You know?
Yeah, and they messed that up and then he didn't and clutch whoever's pearls, you know, didn't even say his government name, and she's not dumb.
Oh well, yeah, he said a few different lies in that too.
You know, but it just doesn't feel like it's a shared goal between him, the mother, and the stepfather. And for me, it feels like Seth has gone in a different direction.
I can understand Seth believes Chris and Katie are responsible. I don't even have a problem with that. What I have a problem with is him letting his friends make up shit on Chris and Katie. Right? And them are his friends. Right? This is the same dude that kicks it with Bullhorn Betty. These are the same people that were, you know, photo opping pictures in Georgia. These are the same people.
Well,
right.
You gotta remember, Tony gave her a $50 super chat that day that she went out and basically attacked for Mr. Power Socks. Like that a girl, good job.
Yeah. Like, yeah. And I knew that anyway. If anybody goes back and watches my videos, I was in Pennsylvania with Molly. And I looked at Molly and said, even on camera, I said, they're setting Betty up to go to jail.
Yeah, on camera saying that.
Right. They know she's crazy. They're gassing her up. And they're going to wind her up like a toy soldier,
exactly
and they're going to release her, and she's going to end up in jail.
That's exactly what happened.
And it's exactly what happened. Yeah, right. I mean, you could go back and watch the video of me and Molly sitting at Applebee's. I told Molly that. I said, they're setting Betty up.
I saw that. I was surprised, like, she had the camera with the little stand and everything recording, you know.
Yeah, well,
like
I was recording her, and she was recording me, is what it was. We had cameras pointing at each other.
She was recording us.
Yeah, you were recording her and she was recording us, but we were both live simultaneously, and just talking like it. And believe it or not, that's a pretty real conversation. And it, nothing between me and Molly was scripted. Like we didn't go in and go, oh, okay, this is what we're going to say or anything like that. You got a real me and Molly sitting down eating dinner. You know what I'm saying? And just talking like two old friends.
It was very raw, honest, and just you guys being yourselves, and I have a lot of respect for that. I really commend, you know, both of you and PJ going out there and searching for the kids. You know, like you said, you know, there's all these other people who are talking about the case and don't go out and
try to help.
Search.
Yeah, they don't try to help the case. I mean, talking about it is a form of helping it. And I've always looked at it like it's a double-edged sword. Like I don't hate all these people. I don't hate them, right? Because I do think
I know you don't.
I do think they do some good bringing awareness, but I do hate the fact that some of them muddy the water. But I don't hate them. I just hate the behavior, I guess is the best way to say it.
But they do, honestly, between like BJ and other creators, you know, they say things about like, well, you know, about going out and searching, you know, if you can go out and search, put up posters. Well, what about them?
Absolutely.
And why is it you and PJ and, you know, why aren't they out there? You guys sacrifice your time, your energy, your gas, your everything like that, and then you know
but it ain't just ours, because so many people donate here. We sacrifice our stuff, like, and I say our as me and my viewers. It takes all of us to do that. Like I don't. When you say you know I spend my money, I'm really spending our money. You know,
well, you put your money where your mouth is, and you go out and you look.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's not all my money. You know, that's all I'm trying to say. Is a lot of that is backed by the viewers. So that's the reason we're able to do it. Right? Like,
you don't even Queen Bee said that she admired you for, you know, after having your heart attack, you were actually there when Leilani Simon, you know, like you followed through.
Oh yeah, and we're going to continue.
You said you were going to do.
That's what I'm saying is that's when there's little things that can show you who is legitimate and who ain't. Just little things. It's just pay attention to the little tiny things, right? If it was jump on to the next story, would I be in Georgia? No, because I wasn't leaving Quentin Simon behind, right? And when she goes back to trial, because she's trying to appeal it, I'll be there again.
Give her an appeal.
You know, as long as willingly, healthfully, and God keeps me here that long, I'll be back in Georgia again. You know, so it's not done. It's not done till it's done. So
right, and where's Bullheart Betty? She said she was going to be there. Where was she?
I think she was in Tennessee, wasn't she? Yeah, I think she was in Tennessee because
I even saw you when Court TV, you know, they panned their cameras around, and I saw you in the back.
Betty,
and I was like, those chairs are hard. You know, those seats are hard. He's sacrificing his entire day.
Well, PJ got me an ass cushion now. I'm all bougie. I walk in with an ass cushion these days. So for Megan Boswell, I had like a nice cushy ass cushion, right? Because my legs were falling asleep, so it's a lot better. But now I'm bougie. I'm all high class and shit. Like
it's like this thing.
Even media looks at me like, damn, he has an ass cushion. They think I'm a baller. You know what I'm saying?
No, well, you know, the Menendez brothers. I recently, you know, because I'm in LA and I was able to get into the courthouse, and just when they just had their hearing, and I was sitting there, and my rear end was getting like numb just from sitting there, you know, hearing the family members and stuff. And yeah, you know, I'm into the Menendez brothers hearing and stuff like
they're getting a new trial. They're getting a new trial.
Yeah, and so you know when those posters were, when those pictures were posted of the dad, and now the DA is apologizing and all that, I'm like, that is and I wasn't there for very long. I didn't stay the entire time, but you stayed the entire time.
Yeah.
And that is not easy.
It is what it is. And we got a lot of court cases coming up this year. So it's going to be a lot of sitting in court. I don't mind it.
Well, I admire you for that. And you're true to your word, and you're good people, both of you and PJ.
Thank you.
God bless you both, and I'll be watching.
All right, you be good, Kai. Peace.
Thank you. Peace.
Yeah, like I'm a boss now. I got the ass cushion. I walk up in there like I own the place. Now I'm like, yeah, look, I'm sitting nice, right? Because I know everybody's legs are asleep.
That was a Tempur-Pedic.
It's Tempur-Pedic, right? I'm like balling, right? So I got me I had some nice little dress clothes on and an ass cushion. I was right up in there, right? I was like baller status is how I call it, right? So we're getting a little wise to the game. I wish I could walk up in there with a lazy boy. Okay. With a dolly, roll that bitch right on in there. But like, hold on, man. I gotta be comfortable for this, right? I gotta be comfortable. I'm gonna get one of those massagers for your back while I'm sitting there, so it's rubbing me while I'm in court. But yeah,
the sounds and everything.
Yeah, I'll be all like, oh, you know how it pushes you around while you're sitting there. I'll be like this and shit in the chair. But yeah, you'll notice these little things, and I say this all the time, and I use Summer's Army as an example. Remember all the people that said they were part of Summer's Army, right? And now it's like 3 people. What is it? Prayer Guard, like 2 of her friends, right? I mean, where did they go? Where did everybody go? They just abandoned Summer. Right, we'll be here for the end. We'll fight for this little girl. And
I've always said actions,
and you don't see them anymore.
Actions,
right? Her army is fucking 3 people and a midget. Okay, like nothing against little people. I'm just saying that's about the weight of her army now. And there was hundreds of people. Everybody made a video every day about Summer
Just
Wells.
because they're not making videos every day doesn't mean they're not there. But I it's half.
I'm not talking about the average person. I'm talking about YouTube creators.
So when's the last time you've made a summer video?
Just recently. There were some comments on it today.
Okay.
I talk about Summer all the time.
I'm just saying. I
don't have a lot of dedicated straight Summer Wells videos, but I all the time say, hey, if it wasn't for Summer Wells, I wouldn't be here. And that we're going to follow this through to the end until there's some answers. I'm going to be around. The one that I want the most out of all this is Summer Wells. Okay. Like, yeah, I care about all these kids, but I want answers for Summer Wells. This got me doing what I'm doing. That little girl means so much in the aspect of she changed my life. Right. And I don't mean little changes. I mean major fucking changes. Yeah. Right. So it's crazy how this little girl that I didn't know, I was on a path going this way. And all of a sudden it's like, brake check, back up, boom, left turn. And been running hard left for since it happened. Right. Like, that's why it's so important to me. Right. Like, all these kids are important. Don't get me wrong. But I want justice for Summer Wells. Till the end. Till the very end of this, until it's down, you know, to my dying breath. If there ain't answers, I'm going to be down in them hollers every chance I can get to Kingsport to be looking. Right. And, you know, in the beginning, there was a lot of people that's just what I'm referencing. There was a lot of people that was about it. Right.
I still think there's people, they're just not.
That's what made me come into true crime. I believe there were so many good hearted people. Right. That I just thought, I don't know what I was so naive coming into true crime. I had to be the dumbest person to ever walk into true crime.
I don't think you were dumb.
I look at it like, dude, I didn't know shit. I didn't know what I was walking into. I had no clue. I came in like a little just happy to be here, kind of like didn't know, just thought everybody was trying to do the right things. And I had no clue. Right now, you know, hindsight 2020. Now I know, like, okay, it wasn't quite what I thought it is, but that don't mean I didn't come in for a good reason. Yeah. Right. I can't control where other people's hearts and minds and people are. The only person I can really control in this is me and my actions. Right. So, everybody say a little prayer that they find something breaks in the Summer Wells case. Okay. Say it for Dolly, if anybody, because I want answers for this. And when that day comes, and there's some answers for this little girl that's right here on the screen right now, we are going to party like there ain't no tomorrow. Okay. And I truly believe one day those answers will come. If everybody, I hate to see people giving up the fight. And that's the reason I brought it up, is because it's going to be the same thing with Sebastian. Right? Look how quick they left Quentin Simon. Yeah. Look how fast. Then when I got there, it wasn't nothing but the locals. Okay. All these people that cared, that they cared, but maybe from a distance. They didn't care enough to get off their couch. Actions. Right. They didn't care enough to get off the couch. By their actions. And let me tell you this, sitting on the couch ain't going to find Summer Wells. Sitting on the couch ain't going to bring Sebastian home.
So there's answers for Monkey are coming.
And we got people on both sides, right? I don't want to just get up here and talk bad about Seth and not say nothing about Chris and Katie. There's people on both sides of this that I wish would do better. As a father, as a person that searches, as a YouTube creator, both sides could do better in this. And that's really, you know, all the shit talking aside, that's all I really hope for, is that these people do better. And sometimes I give them a hard time hoping they hear it, so that they'll go, okay, let me try to do better. But that shit ain't worked in a year. It's almost the same thing. It's insanity. Like, I feel insane. Like, I've been trying so hard and pushing these people so hard. And it ain't because I hate these people. It's because I want these people to do better. Right. And like I said, one of those things I like to know, and like, I don't talk to these people because there's questions that haven't been answered. But what went down in them first 3 days? What were the conversations in those first 3 days of Sebastian Rogers going missing? Because I know on day 3, they were talking financially. Yeah. Right.
Already, as if it's going to last forever.
Yeah. As if it's going to last forever. Did they know something that we don't know? What? Because you would think you would have to be broke the 3 days in to be talking financially. Yeah. Right. You would have to be broke.
Even working paycheck to paycheck, I would.
And I can understand Seth works paycheck to paycheck. He don't look like he has a lot like Chris and Katie. He don't have a good career like Chris. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I can understand him being a little low on money, and maybe he said, "Hey, I'm a little low on money."
That doesn't equate in my brain is to like, oh, let me make a GoFundMe and start a fundraiser. Like, I don't know.
And the crazy thing is you remember when he did that, there was no reward for Sebastian, so he didn't do it for a reward. And I don't know. I would honestly like to have been a fly on the wall for them conversations, because we really don't know what transpired, but what we've been told, and it's very vague, right? We know they talked about money. We know they didn't want it, but they didn't go into depth of what the conversations were about. Did Seth come to them and say,
that conversation? How do you get there? Like,
hey, can I borrow $10 for gas? I'm broke. I'm thinking about starting a GoFundMe. And they're like, no, don't you dare. Don't you dare. Like, it has to be something financially was brought up to be like, to start a GoFundMe. And, you know, Chris and Katie are sus, right? Not so much. I don't think Chris. I think Chris may have some knowledge, but I think Katie's really sus to me. And they didn't want to profit off of it. Right.
And anytime that Chris comes up to talk, he always, when he's talking badly about a channel or something, he mentions like the money aspect
that
of it, that they're making money off.
Yeah.
And that is like, I don't know what to think of that, but from the very beginning, they all know stuff they're not telling us based on the words they say.
What a lot of these people don't understand is, of course, every YouTuber's making money. Okay, every YouTuber's making money.
If they say they're not, they're
lying.
And
if you're talking true crime, we're talking true crime anyway. We're going to make money no matter if I talk about your case or if I talk about the Idaho 4 or if I talk about whatever it is. You're going to make some type of revenue. Somebody's going to super chat. Somebody's going to join. But even if I was just sitting here talking in general, people are going to join. People are going to super chat. I'm still going to make that money.
Right.
So they got to understand that, you know, there's a difference between making money because you have a YouTube show and then making money off the back of a missing child, like selling pictures of a missing child or selling videos of that missing child. You're not talking. It's a little bit different.
Channel,
it's a little bit different than having a YouTube channel.
Benefits from the
because they're saying it like, oh well, if you didn't talk about Sebastian, you wouldn't make any money.
That's not true.
That's not true.
Because you've talked about a million other things that make money.
A million other things that make money, if not more. If you look, I joke T-Rev, it did way more views than talking about Sebastian, just dragging people. You know, there's some channels up here that just do drama because it brings in more views than the actual cases do. That's why there's so many trauma channels, right? Because all they got to do is they don't need content. All they got to do is fight back and forth. Like if I just sit up here and talk shit about Queen Bee, or if I just sat up here and talked about, Sleepy BJ, or just Monkey Boy, or I would make the exact same money, if not more, right?
Depending on how
and they
many
know that
viewers that are watching.
How many hate viewers? It's weird because people will hate you, but then they'll watch you, right?
Like obsessively. It's the weirdest thing ever. I think hate viewers watch more than like your average viewer.
Yeah, because an average viewer watches you when they can. A hater watches everything you do to make sure if you do something they can exploit it. Right? So when you hate watch, you got to watch it. That's why I don't hate anybody, because I can't watch everybody. Right? Yeah. So they got it. If you fall asleep and hit your head on the mic like BJ, they got it. Right? You pull up to the methadone clinic, they got you. Right? You kick a cat, you done.
You're
right?
Done.
So I mean, hate viewers do not mess around. And I'm sure right now there's 1,024 people in here. Lately, I had a lot of hate, right? I mean, I'm sure there's still somebody in the bushes that hates my ass. You're out there. You lurking.
There's definitely
there's some lurking, right? T-Rev's watching right now. Mad about my soap sales, right? He's probably fucking watching my pocket. He's like, all right, he had 5 memberships and 2 super chats. I'm gonna have to DoorDash for 4 hours to make that
big turtle pillow thing.
Yeah, he's got a snuggie on, a turtle snuggie. He's like, fuck that dude, right? And that's just the way the internet.
Revy's Island.
Yeah. Revy's Island's coming to a theater near you. You know what I'm saying?
Revy gotta eat.
Revy gotta eat. Rev the gang soap is coming, right?
Oh God, that was so good.
So don't try to be Dolly at home. Okay. So what I'm saying is there's haters in the bushes watching right now. Make sure you like this, T-Rev. Okay. I'll pay you to call in and say you're fucking. Who can he say he is?
No.
You can call in
No.
and say you're fucking.
No. He's not doing that.
All right. T-Rev, I'm watching you.
You said his name one too many times in this stream.
I'm gonna Uber Eats. I'm gonna start Uber Eating and using his tags. Uber, hashtag DoorDash.
Dash and crime.
Dash and crime. Hashtag dash and crime.
Dash and crash. The way he's going. What else?
Doing DoorDash.
Fuck Dolly.
Hashtag doing DoorDash.
Hashtag fuck Dolly.
Hashtag fuck Dolly. Right. So everybody got a little couple haters out there watching.
You wouldn't be famous if you didn't have haters. There's always somebody that doesn't like you.
Yeah, I know. Maybe I should be a little more hated. I used to be really hated now, but these days the haters are just kind of like, we can't get rid of Dolly. Might as well fucking just accept his ugly face and keep it moving. I think there's better people to hate than me. I said that when they were hating me back in the day. I said, don't y'all realize there's way better people
Tornadoes
to hate?
and tacos.
Hashtag tornadoes and tacos.
That's a good one.
Hashtag storm chasing crime. Okay. Crime in the tornado. Hashtag. So I try to tell all the people back in the day, I was like, yo, there's so many more people to hate and you're wasting your time. I ain't even that good to hate on. But these days, I may get lucky and get one hate video or hate comment.
I haven't seen a hate video in a minute.
I know.
I have
happened?
more hate comments than you do.
I know. I was on a roll there back in the day. Now all of a sudden I must be boring. Right? They're just like, fuck Dolly. Right?
I helped.
It's the whole hashtag fuck Dolly movement. They're like, we ain't even making a video on him. People will watch him. And, you know, I used to thank the hate channels. I'm like, every video y'all make, y'all don't realize that.
Because that's the thing they don't realize. It's like
you're advertising.
Right. Because it's human nature to want to know. Like, if I'm a brand new viewer to your channel and your channel is nothing but Betty, my human natural instinct is going to want to go look at Betty's channel to see what you're talking about.
You know what gets me? And this ain't a dig at the channels that. Hold on, caller. Hold on. I gotta get this one out. You know, everybody gives Betty a hard time about stalking Chris and
Why they stalk her?
Why they stalk her, right? I know.
Makes sense.
That shit don't make no sense to me, right? Like, I'm thinking, okay, if Betty took a shit, y'all know, right?
For sure.
My thing is, I understand they don't like Betty, right? But they watch everything Betty does and they replay it.
I just don't get it. If I don't like something,
I don't watch it.
I can't. Even if a channel that I like is reviewing it, I literally am like, okay, yeah, that's enough. And I have to turn it off. I don't like it. So
but how can you, like, I get it, because it's a difference, because crime, that's just what it is, right? Like, I get that that's their content is to hate her, right? And they've turned it into content.
Yeah, but she's insufferable. So bad.
Yeah, I never, that's one of those things that boggle my mind. Is everybody hate on her about stalking and what she's doing and where she's at, but you're the one watching her, right? Like, that's fucking weird. Mm-hmm. It's weird to me. Like, that's a hard one for me to understand, right?
I can see when she does something crazy, like the one time when she's like, "I'm not screaming. This is screaming." That was gold.
What's crazy?
I can watch that over and over and over. But everything else,
Betty can go live and have 300 people in the room. Somebody can go live and review Betty. And there'll be 1,000 people.
You know, that's the definition of a lol cow.
Yeah. More people watch to hear you get joked on than actually watch you as a creator.
I didn't know that it was the
definition. But some of these people want to be locals. Like, they want to be that. Like, because it's
a reflection of you, who you choose to really review and watch. Like, let's say so-and-so is obsessed with Betty, they cover Betty. I believe it's a reflection of yourself.
So if you got a channel here that got 20,000 people, you got a channel over here that got 20,000 people, because a lot of these crime channels, they seem to top out around 20,000, right? So there's about 20,000 people in the Karama is the way I look at it. So you got this 20,000 channel, you got this 20,000 channel, you got this 10,000 channel, you got this 5,000 channel, you got this maybe 25,000. Let's give a big one, right? And then they're all playing Betty. Now you just got 100,000 motherfuckers that watched Betty, right? That to me is like, do you realize that you're promoting this woman to where all your people know who she is? All her people know who she is. And
anybody new that comes in is going to want to know who she is.
But they're profiting off of it.
Right.
Too. Right. So some of these people, Betty has fed more fucking people on the YouTube streets than anybody gives her the credit for. Now she is laughable, right? Like you look at her and
It's
her
mostly
panic.
annoying, but
Yeah, I mean her erratic behavior and her outburst. I mean, it's entertaining, I guess, to if you put comedic to her. If you just try to watch her, it's more like nails on a chalkboard. But if you put somebody funny talking about her, it's entertaining.
It works.
Yeah, it works. You know, so that's just one of those things in the internet world that kind of boggles my mind. But shit,
it's kind of fascinating.
Everybody got to eat. I guess I get it, but
it's like a food chain.
Yeah, it is. You know, so but you know, when they talk about her stalking people is when it's really weird to me, because I'm like, wait a minute, y'all are the biggest fucking stalkers ever. You know what I'm saying? Make it make sense. Y'all watch everything, right? Y'all watch everything, and y'all talking about her like, look in the mirror, right? Just look in the mirror every now and then and realize what you're doing.
I think that's the people that do really pay attention to, like,
but even she feeds off of it and eats off of them, because if she didn't go back and forth with them,
they would never have nothing to talk about.
They wouldn't have nothing to talk about. Yeah, so it's a food chain.
I'm going to bed.
This better not be Rose.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello, Rose.
I can't.
Hey, this is my last call for the night.
Okay, you better make it quick, Rose.
I got a pizza here waiting for me, but I wanted to call in about what you're just speaking of. You see, please be patient with me.
I ain't got a lot of patience tonight, so you better make it quick.
Well, PJ looks like she does.
PJ doesn't laugh. Okay, babe.
Dolly, the saint and the sinner live in the same body.
The saint and the sinner live
in the same body?
Okay.
We have to choose which one we feed. And I'm going to use the word drama. What kind of drama do you feed your mind with? Drama that has some truth to it, or drama where you're just chasing the ambulance and waiting for blood and gut? I mean, like JLR. I once in a while click in when I think that there's something I could learn, like something that's going on. But to get up and watch him all day long, like I would have whiplash.
Well,
like,
there's certain things JR does that I watch. I mean, it has to be something I'm interested in, because he does do a lot of shit that I'm not interested in. Like I don't care about all that border shit. Like I don't watch none of that shit JR does, right? But when he does true crime, I enjoy his true crime. So I'll watch him when he's doing like true crime stories. But when he ain't doing that, I don't have no interest in what he's doing. But that's everybody.
Exactly.
If you're not doing something that entertains me, I'm not going to watch it. If you do something that entertains me, I don't care who you are, I'll watch it.
Well, that's exactly back to my point. The saint and the sinner lives in the same body. Which one do we want to feed? What gives you joy? Does it give you joy to watch Dolly? It does me, obviously. Or does it give you joy to watch, people just bashing other people? And that's okay if that's what gives someone joy.
Yeah.
But not me. And I choose the channels that I want to watch.
Well, like I thought back in the day, I was wondering, I was like, do these people really, they're making all these saying all these bad things about me. And I'm thinking to myself, do they really hate me that bad? Do they really hate me? Or is it about content and about money? If it's about content and money, I can understand it. Right. But if you just hate me and you're doing it because you don't like me and you don't really know me, it don't make any sense. Now, if you're doing it because that's what your channel does and you need to put, some bacon and eggs in your fridge, then I get it. Then I don't feel hated.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I feel like, okay, you're just eating off of me. I'm just feeding you. Right. So that's how I try to look at it. Like, hopefully these people don't really hate me, because look, I joke on some of these people and I don't hate none of these people. Yeah.
I know. You just don't have that in your heart. And neither does PJ. PJ is a very gentle soul. But she can do a little bit more karate in certain aspects than you. You know, she'll chop someone off
Well,
quick. You have a lot of patience. Like, I mean, you put up with me, for Christ's sake.
that
But
takes a
anyway,
lot.
But yeah, speaking of what you were saying about hate, and you know, on Friday was the last time I called you, and I said my fam's here, my son, and he brought a friend and his girlfriend, and you know, we were just, I was cooking, you know, and things, and I called in that night, and the first conversation went well, but later I called in again, and my son was really watching it because he knows how much I love your show. And he even told me when I told him, you know, my Jimmy had a heart attack, and he's like, Mom, I know how much therapy that has been for you. But that night that I called in the second time on Friday night, people were in the comments saying bad, ugly things to me. It was about 1 a.m. that night. And he kept seeing them. The only ones I saw were the loving ones that I love Rose. Oh my God, she's calling in again. And he's like, Mom, I hate this show. They're making fun of you. And I said, no, son, some people will make fun of me, but that's what you choose to see. I choose to see the ones that say, I love you, Rose.
Okay, well, that makes sense.
And he got a lesson out of it. And you know what? We all should, because we choose what we want to put in our minds and how we look at the messages. You can say ugly things about me, but
I try not to say ugly things about anybody. But all right, Rose, you be good, and I will talk to you later.
bye.
All right, peace. So yeah, you know, well, I think people's problem with Rose is this: is she calls in consecutively. She'll call in and call in and call in, and people want to hear from different people. It ain't nothing personal against Rose. Like, people don't mind the first call of Rose, right? It's when she calls in for like the third and the fourth time, and people are trying to get through, and I don't take their call. And it seems like every time I answer the phone, it's Rose, right? You know what I'm saying? Or she calls like tonight. I probably should have shut the phone lines and waited to get what I wanted to get out, and then open the phone lines. But I didn't. The phone lines were open, and the phone started ringing, of course, off the damn hook. And, you know, then you get that. Dolly.
Hey, what's up, Dolly?
Hey, who's this? Where are you calling from?
This is Iceland, Massachusetts.
Hey, Iceland.
So you were talking about Guar. Yeah.
Tonight?
So,
I don't think I was talking about Guar tonight.
oh, goodness gracious, I'm off topic.
Way off. But what about Guar?
Robert, yes, okay. Toodaloo.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Now you said I wanted to know what you had to say about Guar. Now, I wasn't talking about Guar tonight, but that was weird. Okay. For anybody that don't know who Guar is the scum dogs of the universe. They're a band from Virginia, okay, that dress up in alien costumes and spray blood on the crowd, okay, while they kill each other. So I don't know what she was going to say about Guar, but now I'm kind of curious. Caller, call back. Okay, now I want to know what you're going to say. It has nothing to do with what we're talking about, but now, you know, curiosity killed the cat. It's like you gave me a little Guar tease, and then you were going to say something. I'm curious of what the hell you was going to say. But now that she brought it up, rest in peace to Corey Smoot and Dave Brocky, friends of mine that were in Guar. Dolly, hello. Going once, going twice. Dolly, hello. Can nobody hear me? Okay, they hung up. Okay, so like I was saying, a couple of them passed away. It's been a good while now. Dave Brocky passed away on the couch. Corey died on a tour bus. But Guar is still on tour. You ever go to if they ever come to your town, it's like I said, it's aliens. They play punk rock music and they kill each other with swords. Fake. It's all fake, but they spray blood all over the crowd. And usually people will show up in white t-shirts so the blood splatter gets all on them. They also been on Jerry Springer. So if you watch Jerry Springer, Guar has been guest on Jerry Springer. I think a couple times Guar has been up there. Jimmy, I could tell you, but it's a little vile. Dolly needs, what's that say? A spirit box. I mean, they have the online spirit boxes. I don't really do spirit boxes in my house because the house is haunted. So I don't do the spirit boxes. Now that's more of a you might need to get your DoorDash guy to break out the spirit boxes. You know, he does the spirit box stuff. We got a spirit box somewhere. I don't know where it is. I don't mess with it. Okay. It's so when me and PJ go out ghost hunting, when we were doing the ghost hunting videos, which we haven't done in a long time, we had the spirit box, the night vision cameras, everything for ghost hunting. Dolly. Hello. Okay, somebody messing with me. Hello. Hello. Okay, that was a local number too. I don't know who that was. Us old folks have a lot to say. Okay. Dolly.
Hey, Dolly, it's Annie from Wisconsin.
Hey, Annie, what's going on?
Hey, we're still talking about Sebastian Rogers after all this time?
Yes. I mean, just today because people were bringing up, you know, that the green team is having fallouts and they got some rogue people in the green team. I guess Terri Lynn is no longer a green team member. She's been outcasted.
Oh, really? I haven't followed the case in like 6 months, so I don't think there's any like major updates in it, but
no, definitely
I
not.
guess, you know, oh, that sucks. But yeah, that's too bad. I mean, she was a pretty good you know, advocate for him.
Yeah, I guess. I didn't really even know she was part of the whole stuff movement, you know? Because I know Chris went out there and was one time out there with her when she was searching. And but I didn't know she was. I had heard rumors that she had got them pants from Seth that they found out there. That's just rumors.
Yeah, that was planted, right?
That's what I heard. I mean, I don't know the truth on that. I don't know if she did or she didn't. I'm not going to put those demons on her. But I had heard that her and Seth were in cahoots together, and Seth was giving her things to plant. That's the rumors I heard. I don't know how true. I don't know how true that is, but that's what I heard back in the day. I just never said nothing about it because I didn't know if it was true or not.
Right, right. Yeah, I didn't hear about that one, but I know I heard that the pants were planted, but I didn't hear anything more.
But why do stuff like that in a missing kid case? You know, like that's what I'm saying. Like you're muddying the water and making shit up, and it's like if your whole team is bad, what does that say about you as a person?
I don't know. Do you think that Seth paid her?
I mean, I don't know. I truly don't know. I mean, no, I don't think Seth paid anybody. I know he didn't.
Okay.
I know he didn't pay her, right? He might have paid her rent. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know, but he's an opportunist now. I mean, he's got a show and he's getting all that money.
Remember when he was firing the PI people that were volunteering? How do you fire somebody that volunteered? You're not paying them. What are you going to not pay me? You're already not paying me.
Yeah.
I met Chloe.
Well,
I met Chloe at CrimeCon. She was a really nice woman, and she didn't say nothing bad about anybody. She just, you know, but you fire her, and like when Seth was doing all that bad stuff, like and all them rumors were coming out at him about paying Michaela's rent, and they took up for him pretty good. They were better PR people than Seth. I mean, than TikTok, and then he kind of just blew them off and went with the rogue ass bad people.
Yeah, and I think ever since TikTok came in, that's when everything went to hell.
I do too. I mean, I hate to say it, but I do too. Now that I look at it though, I think Seth knew that these people were bad the whole time, and he chose to align himself with bad people. Why he did that, I don't know, but it looks like he has. Like he's doing it purposely now, and I don't know what why. I don't understand that myself. I don't know why he would do that.
I hate to say it, but I mean, I think money is a big factor in this.
And
You know,
remember
and
when T-Rev said he had made so much money off Sebastian? I think T-Rev planted that seed too. I hold T-Rev a little bit responsible for because then I think Seth seen dollar signs in his eyes. And I think maybe that might have been the first time that he's seen, oh, well, there can be money made, you know? And
yeah, but you don't know if that was true. I don't think T-Rev made $20,000 on
that's what he
YouTube.
said. That's what he said. And he was doing, he was making up stuff and he was doing a lot of views and people donating memberships. And he said he made $20,000 in a month. And Seth wanted him to buy him that gun. I don't forget any of it. My memory is good as a bitch now that I quit smoking.
Yeah, I remember all that too. That's just crazy shit right there.
Seth was like, well, if you made all that money, buy me this $2,000 gun. Right? He wanted that gun that shoots 9 and 45 bullets or 9 and 40 cal bullets.
Yeah, didn't they find the gun on Seth at one time or no? Or maybe I didn't hear it right. I thought maybe they found it in his car or something.
No, I mean, I don't know if Seth has a firearm, right? But he wanted this real expensive gun and he wanted T-Rev to buy it because T-Rev was bragging about the money.
Oh, okay. I thought they caught up Seth with that. Okay, maybe not then. Maybe I'm wrong.
No, and then I think that's one of the things also that planted the seed in the early on days of Seth was like, okay, well, if he can make this money, I should be making this money. So,
yeah.
So I hold T-Rev a little responsible for some of it, not all of it, but some of it. Tony, T-Rev, Betty, you know, you got these people out here milking it for what it is. You know, some of these channels that are like, it's almost like they're getting paid by them, the green team, you know, like everything.
That's what I'm saying.
Crime,
yeah, that's what I was saying.
The Crime Time Buzz chick that some people believe it's TikTok Tony's wife or something. I don't know. Whoever it is though is sitting right on their lap. Right, because all they do is push the narrative that the green team wants, whatever they want to push out there through a bunch of YouTubers, so people believe it. Because you know, if a bunch of people say it, it must be true. Really, that just means it's even bigger pile of bullshit to me. But people on the YouTube streets, they believe it when that many people say it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I know what you mean. Is Betty still stalking people or what?
Who, Betty? I don't know. I don't really watch Betty. So I don't know. Like,
I don't watch her either.
When I don't really like, the only time I ever know about what Betty's doing is when she says something that directly about me. Then somebody will send it to me and I'll see it. But when I don't mess with you, I don't watch you. Right? I have to be told to watch you. Like, oh, you need to see this, or you should check this out. Then I'll tune into it. But a lot of these channels, I'll just be honest with you, I don't watch.
I don't watch him either. Yeah, I know Betty was saying something about you doing drugs and everything else on TV. I'm like, what the hell?
I know. I seen that. And here's the thing is I haven't even smoked. I don't even smoke cigarettes. Right? I could piss straight clean in any cup at any time, anywhere, any place.
Yeah, that's good.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
that's good for your heart.
I haven't smoked since August 25th. Right, the day I had my heart attack. So, I haven't smoked since then. That was the last time I smoked.
Good. Well, I'm proud of you, Dolly. That's good. That's really good to hear.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to call and just chat for a little bit. So I'll let you go. I know there's other callers that want to call in. So.
All right. You be good. Peace.
All right. You too, Dolly. Bye.
Now, here's the thing about when people say things like that, like Betty saying, you know, I'm on drugs or something. Betty's been around me, right? Has she ever seen me do drugs? Don't you think if you're around somebody every day, you would notice them doing drugs? Okay. Asked her, you know, for she want to spread these misinformation and rumors and lies on somebody. Have you ever seen Dolly do drugs? You ever seen them do it? Any hard drugs? Well, I ain't talking about smoking bud, okay? Because I told y'all last time I smoked was August 25th, right? But I'm talking about any kind of hard drug. Asked her, have you ever seen him do any kind of hard drugs? You were down there with him in Georgia for months. Did you ever see him? He's lying. Dolly. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going? Who's this? Where you calling from?
Hey, Dolly. This is Caffeinated Duchess.
Hey, Caffeinated Duchess. You got to turn me down in the background.
Oh, I'm sorry. My bad.
Or it'll echo. It'll have a bad echo.
Yeah, my bad. I'm sorry. So I was talking in the chat earlier with Sylvie, I think.
Uh-huh.
And we were talking about how I think I saw on, was it Laura Lodge or something, they did an interview with Seth and Tony. And they got to talking about games and stuff, and Seth just like lit up, you know.
Talking
and we were talking
about what, games?
Yeah, they were talking about computer games and all that.
Oh, okay.
And Seth just like his eyes got real big and he got all happy.
Oh yeah, Seth's
and I was like,
yeah, he's a big old nerd. He likes Dungeons and Dragons and all that good shit.
Yeah, and I was like, is he? And I hate hearing my voice on the TV, but I'm gonna say it anyway. Is he like looking for friends in a bad place?
I think so.
You know,
that's what I thought in the beginning, that he just needed friends. He wanted friends. I don't think Seth has been the most popular guy. You know what I'm saying? Like outside of this, I don't think Seth had a lot of friends.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if that had a lot to do with it.
Now,
if somebody could like.
I ain't saying there's nothing wrong with being a nerd. Okay, I'm not saying that, not at all. But he's a nerd. He's definitely a nerd. He likes nerdy things. He likes what I consider little kid shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, to me, Magic the Gathering, you're a grown ass man. You're worried about Magic the Gathering cards and stuff. Like,
kind of like
it don't interest me. I understand that people are interested in it.
Yeah.
You know, I get it. But
kind of like Stephen Stearns and the whole Tamagotchi and all of that.
Yeah. It's like, I mean, there's some stuff I like I like Fortnite. You know, it's kiddish game. I mean,
I've never played it.
It's a video game. But
dude, I'm an old school Mario person.
But I've never been one of like the card games, like where, you know, people play Pokemon and like, that's always just nerd shit to me. Like, you're nerd now, which, like I said, there's nothing wrong with being a nerd. Smart people some of the most successful people in this world. It's not me. You know what I'm saying? I was born cool.
Right.
I'm gonna die cool. Right? I like cool shit. That shit ain't cool to me, right? It ain't something that interests me. So
I know, but that was my whole point. I'm like, is he like looking for friends in the wrong places? You know, like the song says. Or?
Yeah, I think so. And I thought it was because he needed friends, but now I'm just thinking this is who he is, and these are the people he want around him, which is bad.
Yeah.
I mean, I just, you know, I gave him every benefit of the doubt, and I'm just thinking, okay, well, you know, you may have surrounded your with bad people because you needed people. I understood he needed people, right? He was going through the worst time of his life, and these people leached onto him. But I don't think he's that stupid. Usually when you're a nerd, it takes a certain level of intelligence to be a nerd.
Yeah, you're like the smartest person in the room, but you're a nerd, and you know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, like, I can understand a dumbass like me hanging out with bad people, but
I would be in the same boat.
So, and I think so many people see it, right? And they just overlook
and I was
it.
the same way. I was like, you know, I felt sorry for him at first. I'm like, this is a father missing a kid, blah blah blah, and all this stuff started coming out when he did the weird Samuel and all that. I'm like,
oh yeah, that was
what the hell?
That was a little, but I get that too. I understand why he did. He's in a vengeful state. He was being vengeful. What he said. I don't think he was so much summon. I mean, it did sound like he was summoning demons, but he did it in a vengeful way because he's mad. Now, when you seek revenge, you know what they say: dig 2 graves. You know, because you're going to be in one of them. It ain't your place to be revengeful, but it's hard not to be.
Karma.
You know, karma comes and gets your ass, right? It's hard not to be, though, when you think they had something to do with the kid missing. I understand why he's mad, right? I just don't understand why he hangs out with the people he hangs out with, unless he's chosen the path. And by now, you know, and so many people, like when you say something, they get mad at you about talking about stuff, but it's okay to talk about TikTok. It's okay to talk about TikTok Tony, right? It's okay to say shit about all these other people, But if you include Seth into the mix, people get mad at you because he's the father of a missing child. And yes, I feel sorry for him for his child, right? Now, who wouldn't? But
Yeah.
you chose these fucking terrible people that are around you doing the things they're doing, making up stuff, causing confusion, muddying the water, lying on Chris and Katie. Now, listen, if you got something you're telling the truth on them, that's perfectly fine. But when you're making up shit, even if they did it, it still ain't right. You know what I'm saying? It's still.
And I was, and you know, I was thinking, if these guys signed the NDA, what did he do? What did he give up?
Yeah, what do you got to hide? Why are people hiding
Yeah.
shit in a missing kids case? I always heard you see something,
Exactly.
you say something, but apparently you see something now, you don't say nothing unless you tell them. You know what I'm saying? And I believe all tips should go to law enforcement. Ain't none of these people law enforcement, right? None of them are detectives. None of them shit. Did they even go to school for anything? You know what I'm saying? Like, what is your credentials in missing kids?
And well, see, my thing is, I haven't heard anything from law enforcement or anything like that. But I also don't subscribe to every news station on block that has a channel. So I don't hear a whole lot of the local stuff, but I do hear it out of you guys when I listen, and it's like, I haven't heard anything.
Yeah. Okay.
No updates or nothing.
All right. Well, you, shit. I went to stop the call that was coming in, that was calling in behind you, and I accidentally hung up on you. Okay. But I was getting ready to wrap it up anyway, but, sorry for hanging up on you. Okay. Somebody's prank calling now because they just called in from a 757 number from Chinello's Pizza. Okay. I don't think Chinello's Pizza's calling me unless, you know, that is a troll. So we got some trolls lurking. They out tonight. Okay. Ain't got nothing better to do. At least they smart enough to clone the call. Right. So if y'all don't know about cloning calls, that's what it was. That's why they're calling from 757. Now, if DoorDash was calling, I would answer it. Okay. So anyway, my plan was, let me close this phone line for a minute. I was going to play some of this interview that took place with T-Reb picking up pizza for delivery. Possibly. Okay. Now that dude is big mad at Dolly. Why? I don't know. Remember when he was staring at Seth's crotch? That was weird. Remember he took a picture and was showing like Seth's crotch area. Like he snuck a picture of Seth while he was in Seth's house. I can understand getting rid of that dude, Seth. I get it. I don't understand why you didn't get rid of the other creepy dudes when you were getting rid of T-Rev. Right? You should have got rid of Tony and Monkey and damn, who else is around him? Betty and like, oh my God, right? Like you got let me tell you, bro, you pick some winners. You pick some total winners to be on your team, right? The whole shit show circus y'all got going on, you should be ashamed of yourself, okay? Ashamed of yourself. And with that said, I still pray to God every day that you find your son, okay? I know them people around you, good fucking luck with that, but listen, miracles happen, and I pray to God that you get one, and you wise up, and you know, like I said in the beginning, I just thought you was an innocent victim of bad people, but I'm slowly starting to think you're a bad person, and you just got your friends now, okay? Them are the type of friends you wanted, right? Because you know what they say, you can pick your friends and you can pick your nose, but you can't pick your friend's nose. You could probably pick your friend's nose. They probably let you. They'd be like, yeah, get this fucking dick up in my brain, Seth, right? I mean, you got you a team, bro. I mean, I don't even know what else to say about that, but I guess you got the people you were looking for, and look what it's done. It's been over a year, 14 months, and not one clue, not one sign of Sebastian. Nothing. Whatever your team did, they didn't do nothing to help the case. Tell me one thing any of these people have done to further this case along. Anything. One thing any of the green team. I'm talking about their whole fucking posse. You know, what has any of them did to further this case along? Anything. Can anybody name anything? We got over 1,000 people in the room right now. Can anybody name anything that his team has done? Nothing but spread lies and misinformation. That's it. That's all y'all done. Now, Chris and Katie, what about them? What have they done to bring us answers? Nothing. Nothing yet either from either side. So it ain't like I'm just picking on one side. I want all these people to do better. Okay? All of them do better. Lord Turtle, I just deleted your comment trying to show to slow it, read it. PJ, go ahead and hit the bed. Okay, you got to be up early. I'm going to shut the studio door as soon as I start playing this video. So PJ said I'm loud, so I got to shut the studio door. And all right, we're going to jump into this video. And this is, let me see what mark I'm at right now, because it starts about the 1:15. I'm going to put y'all to sleep. We're going to jump in. We call this the short bus. Okay. This is the segment called the short bus. If you jumped on a bus that people licking the windows and eating glue sticks, this is what it would sound like. What? I'm just saying. Okay. They're nice people, though. They're probably the most pleasant people you'll ever meet. All right. I'll say something good. All right. All right. Hold on. All right. We're going to listen to this for a second.
And I will say this. Crabtree is out there searching no matter what anybody's got to say. I know people are going to have their feelings about that. Listen, I'm one. I can't be. I don't like mean girls, but I just hope that can be squashed with. But it's none of my business, so I'm going to stay out of that part of it. That's between anybody, the others. But a location right there is, as a female, don't ever do that. Don't ever give. Right. Okay, and so I have to say that, and this shouldn't be about a team this, a team that. Okay, it shouldn't be. This should be about let's do the right thing. Damn it, let's find this. Let's find Sebastian.
I agree. So Tony says, Chris Proud. Tony says CP gave the whole group Betty's location and vehicle type the night before court and told them to harass her.
Electric car.
Y'all,
not down to the red proof. I'm just going to say it like that, and I'm going to leave it there. But I'm going to tell y'all right now. Right is right and wrong is wrong.
What's up? Is your phone working now? You guys?
I said to Epic.
Okay, I'm back.
Yeah.
Okay. God dang. They can't use this phone.
Okay, so let me give you a little rundown of what we're listening to. We are listening to Queen B. My bad. PJ said I got to be nice. That came from a director, producer. Anyway, Terri Lynn has came up here, and they're going to talk about, the NDA and why she signed it, what it included, how many pages it is, and a little bit about would they plant information and what kind of people the green team are. Okay. Now, like I said, there's been a lot of defectors. So y'all don't encourage me. Lord Jesus, take the wheel. I meant Queen B. Okay. Anyway, I'm playing. If they can't take a joke, then don't take it. So, there's been a lot of defectors. And every time one of these defectors jump ship, they go on a world tour. Let's be honest. They go on a world tour every panel channel. All right. Anything that's open panel that they can squeeze their big ass head into, they go up there. And then they start just coming up with the biggest pile of bullshit. Like, oh, I didn't know. Because they're trying to change sides. Right? They're trying to change sides. And that's fine and all if you want to change sides. But don't bullshit. Just be like, hey, look, I picked the wrong team. And here's the thing about this, guys. And I try to tell everybody this. There shouldn't be teams in a missing kids case. There shouldn't be non-disclosure agreements. There shouldn't be contracts being written in a missing kid case. I come from old school. You see something, say something. No matter who you are. Don't hide information. Turn this information over to the authorities. But what it is these people want you to turn the information over to them like they're better than the police. And let me tell you this. There's no YouTuber out here that's better than the police. Go to a prison, go to a jail, and go, hey, who's in here because a YouTuber got you locked up? And I guarantee you, there ain't going to be nobody there that's been locked up because of a YouTuber. Police, detectives, FBI, them are the people that solve cases. Okay. So, I don't know. It's a clown show to me, but let's kick into it. I just want you guys to know what you're listening to. And this is from Queen Bee's channel. Okay. I may pick and joke, but remember, people, it's just jokes. Okay. Like I said, I don't hate none of these people or anything like that. I pick. All right. I make fun of people just to laugh. So nothing personal against Queen Newport or her boyfriend B Tim. Okay. They're going to get married one day and have little B babies. Nothing personal against them. Right. I'm just picking. All right. I'm sure they can take a joke. They can take a joke.
Well, hopefully that'll be a little bit better than,
Well, they can't use
come
this.
in.
Nope.
They hold hands in the hive. Okay. They're holding hands in the hive.
Nope. Not on this one.
Hi.
I can't
Can
help
I ask
it.
you a question?
Yes.
Okay. Can I say this? This lady here, I cannot stand.
Seats available. Show your love.
The voices lady, that's the perfect name for her. Voices that scratch the chalkboard. For some reason, this lady's voice is just like, I can't stand her. Right? I can't stand. I hate people that act like they know everything and shit. I hate it. I don't know why. Short bus. As long as I'll try to be nice. I'll just every now and then I'll just be like, short bus.
Can you tell us about
Voices.
the item? Oh, I'm voices, sorry.
Short bus.
I'm curious about the items that you said were Katie's that were found and what led you to believe that they were hers.
I never said they were hers. Aaron asked me after I had done searched, I was with Charlie, if I would come help her. She's scared of snakes. And it was beside of Worsham's and the buildings. What do you call those things? Where you storage things. She would not get in the bushes where the water led down. I wasn't touching that shit, but I did it for her. Went down there, pulled that shit out. I got it. She's got the whole notebook. She tried to give that shit to Craddock. Craddock wouldn't take it. She gave it to Heather.
Okay.
And Charlie took a pissed mattress cover, and she took some things, and she had her dog with her. And I have that live stream.
Okay, they want brain dead right here. Like,
Wow.
What's the silence, the pauses,
and she did show that
they had to pause to eat a glue stick right there. Okay, that's where the kid starts eating the Play-Doh and shit. Right there. Okay, listen. When people defect from one team, what? I didn't say nothing. I said I'd be nice. I'm being nice. That wasn't mean. Eating Play-Doh. A lot of kids ate Play-Doh. It licked the windows of the bus, ate glue sticks. Okay, I'm being nice as I could be. When you defect, of course, you're going to try to be, like you're a defector. Of course, you're going to act like you were clueless and you just did what you could do, right? Like you can't be both sides. You can't play both sides. If you're going to do that, you got to be in the middle, but you got to always be in the middle. All right. But what you did is you swayed to one side, Terri Lynn. Nothing against you, nothing personal. I appreciate you being out there looking, honestly. But you swayed to one side. Now everybody knows you were team green team with the cons, right? So now you're trying to distance yourself, like, I just want to fill everybody in where we're at and the reason I'm explaining it the way I am. Okay.
It was on one of the big searches that I put together.
Oh,
she has a whole
Thank you for
binder.
joining.
She has a big binder.
Special needs mama on board.
And she waited for
Filthy
police.
animals. She was absolutely bogey on the green team. She signed a non-disclosure agreement, not to talk, not to say nothing bad about them, that type of stuff. She was 100%. Now, you may not like what I'm saying. She was 100% on the green team. All right. Do we want to take a vote that she was green team? All right. This is another green team defector, Terri Lynn. I mean, I know it. You don't like it. You like Terri Lynn. I can understand that. But she is a green team defector. All right. It don't change what it is. You can love this lady. You can hate her. It is what it is. You ever heard that saying? It is what it is. So she's defected. And now she's trying to, go against the green team. And which is perfectly fine. I don't like the green team anyway. I'd rather everybody not be on the green team, to be dead honest with you. Right? I hope Seth finds his kid. Don't never twist this up, people. I truly do pray to God that Seth finds his kid. I know Terri personally, Dolly. I talk with her. That's great. And then she's a green team member. Okay? She's a green team. I ain't here to fight with you, Bogey. I'm not. Right? She defected. She's a defector. So I hope I don't offend you. Right? I hope I don't offend you. And it's nothing personal against Terri Lynn. This is for all these people. Okay? This is for all of them. All of them that are affected. What was the Katie's cousin? Yeah. When people jump sides, right? Listen, my whole message in this is there shouldn't be sides. She shouldn't be signing non-disclosure agreements. She shouldn't be making deals with the devil, right? It reminds me of the movie Batman. Have you ever danced with the devil in the pale moonlight? I asked it of all my friends. Now, I've said that a couple of times this week because it's true, because people will dance with the devil. Never a good outcome. The devil does not make a good dancing partner. I just want to let you know that, just for future references. When you think about, I'm going to go out here and two-step with the devil, never ends good. Okay. There's never a good outcome when you do that. All right. As a YouTube creator, you need to stay neutral. You can't be these people's friends. We want answers, right? How, if you get close to somebody, ain't that going to mess up your judgment? You shouldn't be close to any of these people. That's where people, I think YouTubers make the biggest mistake, is they try to become these people's friends. Like, I can talk with you, but I'm not going camping with you. We ain't going to cookouts. We ain't holding hands singing Kumbaya, right? I don't have to be your friend. I don't have to owe you anything. I don't have to kiss your ass. I don't have to do any of that. It ain't about that. And I think a lot of people don't understand that. They try to get close as they can because then these people come up on their channels. It helps them with clicks and views. But is it worth it? And when I ask myself, is it worth it? The answer's always been the same. It's not. It don't matter if you come up here, if you don't come up here. I don't want to have to ever, my opinion is because I have to kiss your ass. Then you're not being honest with yourself and you're not being honest with your viewers. Okay. That's just nothing, like I said, nothing personal against these people, but you don't get that close to people.
And then she called the PI.
Do you feel like that stuff was planted, or do you think, like, what?
You heard the devil went down to Georgia?
I mean, I don't know what, am I allowed to
Well,
say?
let me tell you, he took the Tennessee route. Okay.
Knife, like a pocket knife.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know why you wouldn't.
I mean, I don't know. Well, there was that right there, like a pocket knife. That was either kept by the PI, don't know for sure. There was a I can still see this stuff. A shirt with some kind of logo on it.
This isn't the same area where those black pants were found that you
No,
found.
those pants were found on 5-1.
Okay.
And that was at the park. It's just around the corner from me. That was not found at Drake's Creek. That was at my.
And here's another thing. I hate channels that don't show themselves. That will never change, right? I think I'm one of them people. I like to put a face to the voice. Like I got to see you. All right. Especially if I'm going to take what you're saying seriously. Right. Like, and there's a lot of channels that don't show themselves. I've never had a lot of respect for those channels. Like, I think if you're going to, like, if my ugly ass can show my face, I think every ugly ass should show their face. That's just my opinion. Okay. I just wanted to throw that out there.
That's right.
And did the police come and take all of that stuff from you that you found?
The police came and took the pants. I waited for them.
But they didn't take the shirt or the.
I
We're talking. Yeah.
They said that they told her.
Yeah. It's nothing worse when you get into it with these people and then you got to fight with an emoji. Okay. It's terrible. How do you fight with an emoji? All right. I can't even pick on you. Right. Like all I think about is people wearing furry outfits. I'm like, okay, it's not worse than fighting with an emoji. I'm just saying.
They were of no substance. She called. I wasn't with them. That was her, Perry, and another girl. And apparently she called Heather after that. And she has a whole notebook. It's a binder. It's white. And she has shown that on my live stream. Who is they? The police?
Is that the same day that the box that said Katie's photos or Katie's pics on it was found in that creek?
I believe that was planted. Okay. Or that was written on the box. And what photos were in it that was Katie's? I just think this is some Seth stuff. I mean, that's just my opinion. I don't have no proof of that. I just think some of these things were placed. Because you know, it's kind of funny. Sebastian went missing. And if you go watch my videos, I went to the store, the same store they were at, and I walked that creek bed. It's on video. I didn't see none of that stuff when I was there, but it wasn't there when I was there. But then all of a sudden it appeared there after the fact. And why would Katie go down there and throw her stuff away? Like, it never made sense. It never made sense. I just think that some of that stuff was put there for people to find, or it was put there by the people that found it. That one, I don't know which one it is, but one of the two, I would say the odds are highly that is the case. Maybe somebody placed it there saying, oh, somebody will find this. Or it made good entertainment. I don't know.
That
was after.
Yeah.
That was the second time.
Jay asked.
She definitely talks in circles. Okay. And she has a weird way of not wanting to answer things. You know, some people would say it's cryptic, like you're vague, like you'll answer something or you'll avoid a question, or it's those type of techniques that are being used. Oh, my phone's messing up. All right. But your phone worked fucking perfectly fine. Every other question you answered. But when you get to something you don't want to talk about, it kind of, you go silent for 20 minutes, or your phone's messing up, or, you know, like, and you hear it a lot, especially with all these defectors sound the same to me. Like, they're just like, oh, well, you know, I didn't know. You knew you were teaming up with badass people, right? And then you play, so many people play dumb up here, and they're not dumb. They're not dumb. You know, I joke about the eating the crayons and licking the windows, but these people ain't dumb. They know what they're doing.
Question a little bit ago in chat. Do you feel like you've been set up?
God damn. Some ways, yeah, I do.
So she
By
feels
what I
like she was
have
being set up.
and what was sent to me. Yeah, I do. When somebody's got a red alert, code red, yeah, I do. And I don't like being threatened.
What is a code red, and who put that out? Where did that come from?
She's a defector. Code red means they cannot share any more information with Terri Lynn because she will tell the dark side. Okay. They're all like, what's code red? Y'all know what code red is. She's on their team. So when she defected, it's code red. She knows things. Okay. She's about to tell it. Code red.
At night.
Oh.
They put it out on you?
Yes.
And do you know what a code red is? I don't know, so that's why I'm asking. If you can't tell me, that's fine. I can.
Yeah, I don't know what
I
this
guess
is.
I went AWOL.
You were absent without leave?
I guess that's what it's called.
Oh, so you went rogue on them.
If that's what it's called.
When did that happen? Like, was it back last year? Like when you were out searching, or was this after you were done searching?
And there, see, my phone is starting again. That happened started in November on that part.
Did you contact the police or file a police report?
All right. See how long this blank is? All right. Did you call the police? You file a police report? It goes blank for fucking a minute. And then she goes, I took the proper measures. Basically, you didn't do nothing. All right, Terri Lynn, come on now.
She said her phone was acting up again.
I took the proper precaution. But there's nothing that they can do for me right now.
I don't believe any of this stuff. I don't, guys. That's
And
my
do you
opinion.
still have any of that?
You can believe it. I just don't
the
believe
stuff
it.
that you found while you were out searching, or does someone else have it, or was it all
I
turned
don't have
over
any.
to law enforcement?
I have nothing. What I did is I called law enforcement. And I did that on like I said, May 1st.
I want the truth. Caffeinated Duchess,
Terri
right?
Lynn, Jay wants to know who you got the tip from to go find the items.
Nobody gave me tips. Now, in the very beginning, there was a supposed psychic.
Oh, Lord, not the psychics.
Don't know this lady. That lady had people out chasing pigs.
Pink pigs. You hear it? Hold on.
Pigs.
Pink pigs. They were out chasing pink pigs. Listening to a psychic from TikTok. Okay. I ain't make that shit up, right? You just heard her say it. That they were going off a psychic, Rochelle, that had them chasing pink pigs. All right. You find a pink pig with one hoof, you will find Sebastian Rogers. I hate to laugh, but it's almost comical. It's almost comical. The woodchuck lady, remember the woodchucks? You're going to see a creek. And when you see a beaver, okay, with one leg and 3 eyeballs, okay, it's almost like anybody watch Game of Thrones, a little boy with the 3-eyed crow, Okay, it kind of reminds me of that.
Hold on, what?
Yes.
Yeah.
Searching for pigs.
Rochelle had people chasing.
Yes, I think that they said she was from TikTok. I don't know.
Oh.
Don't know. That's where when they show that shit with Clue, and they said that Clue was going and couldn't wait to meet JLR, which is not true. That is not true. She was not stampeding.
Go to bed, PJ.
Because I was there. It didn't happen like that.
No, I mean, wasn't she just going down the hill because that's where Seth was? And
that's where everybody was congregating, correct.
Yeah, because Seth was down there getting that tape off of his arm or something. And weren't y'all waiting on the business owner to come in and unlock that gate from that property?
NDA is a non-disclosure agreement. That means you agree not to tell any information to any outsiders. And if you do, you face lawsuits because you signed this agreement that you wouldn't talk, and you talked. So they can legally bring you up and sue you. All right, that's what an NDA is, a non-disclosure agreement. You cannot disclose inside information to outsiders. But here's the thing: why would you be signing things like that in a missing kids case?
Well, we had already started early that morning. Early that morning, we had already started with Wreck-It Rhonda and a lot of other people.
Well, isn't that the same day? I might have it confused.
Apparently, she signed it with that investigation people, Nick and Hong or whatever the fucking their names are. I know the one's Nick. I always mess up the other guy's name.
But weren't some people over in that other area, and that's where that dog hit, and then everybody had to leave there?
Okay, that was at the recreational park.
That wasn't earlier that day?
That was at Rockland. That was another day. That was a whole weekend of a search. There was 2 days that we searched that weekend.
Hey, Miss Amy, what you doing?
Did I miss something?
Oh.
What you mean, baby?
Did I miss something?
I don't think so.
My case got dismissed. I'm so confused.
Oh, I got a ticket. And I didn't. So I got pulled over when I was calling to get Cindy's address from his stepmom. And
I'm so sorry.
And this has been like a month ago or whatever. And so he was super stoked, like frothing at the mouth, foaming at the mouth to cover my court case today for my ticket. Because he's a fucking predator stalking little bitch.
Oh my God.
And instead of him being all fucking, I had insurance, but I just let him think and let these other little fucks talk their shit just so I could rub it in their fucking face when it got dismissed.
Oh.
And it got dismissed this morning because I had insurance. I just didn't have it with me at 7 o'clock in the fucking morning when I was taking my kids to school.
I'm sorry, King.
It's all right, baby. It happens. It's all good. There wasn't nothing going on. I mean,
but you got arrested.
I had insurance, so I didn't have shit to worry about.
Did Betty get arrested?
No, Betty didn't get arrested.
Damn.
Can I ask a question real quick?
We'll jump past that.
So
that girl sounded intelligent. The first person on the stream that sounded like she had any sense.
back in the day, I think
I'm playing.
Tony was saying that they'll do whatever they have to do to make sure that somebody is found guilty. Do you believe that statement? Do you
Who
think
said that? Wait,
they,
say that again, please.
back in the beginning of the Tony sphere, I guess you'd say, It was stated that he said on TikTok that they would do anything they had to do to make sure somebody was found guilty. And I thought he said Katie, but I'm not sure. I can't remember. But they would do whatever they needed to do, whether it be plant evidence or whatever they need to do. Do you believe that statement? Do you think that that's been happening?
Do I believe that he will do whatever he has to do?
Yeah, to make sure Katie is found guilty.
Oh, damn. I put nothing past anyone on that.
Okay, you don't put nothing. See, that's what I'm saying. If you think they would do those things, why would you join teams with them? You know, I don't put that past none of them. I don't either. You know what I'm saying? That's why I ain't on their team, right? That's why I didn't join Green Team, right? You know, so like how can these people, you know, I mean, I guess you could not know, right? That they're bad. But I think everybody knows what kind of people they're dealing with going into this. So I don't know. Maybe some of y'all believe her that she didn't know that these people are bad. Well, she didn't even say she didn't know, but she's sitting here saying she wouldn't put these things past them. Then why would you align yourself with them? Okay. I mean, that's something Terri Lynn would have to explain. Like, why would you align yourself with these bad people, Terri Lynn? You was already out there searching. Why get involved with these knuckleheads that are just not really in it? They're not out there searching with you. So why even affiliate with them? Right? Like, you don't see me doing that. I don't understand it. I don't understand it.
I'll say that right there. I don't put anything past any of that.
And has it felt like they've tried to do stuff like that? It's kind of what I'm wondering.
I don't have a lot of communication with them.
Okay.
When November, I was done. You can continue to try to silence me.
Okay, Renee, we don't call them KK around here. That's some silly old monkey boy stuff. Okay. We call them by their names here. So when you say like for the longest time, I was like, who the fuck is Edgar? Like, that's silly to me. I'd rather you call them the three little bears, Papa Bear, Mama Bear. It's easier to keep up with. When you start calling people like by some weird code names, and to me, you know, this dude, the person that did this, he's responsible for spreading a lot of misinformation. Right. And y'all may disagree with me, and I'm not trying to be mean to you, whoever said the KK thing. Right. I'm just letting you know how we kind of float here. Nothing personal against you. I'm glad you're here. Enjoy your stay, all that stuff. But I fight the hardest I can against misinformation and people doing shit that ain't right. Okay. On both sides. I don't pick a team. I'm in the middle. Okay. I can understand, you know, like I get the people calling him Sean or Stinky Toe or any of those things. I get, you know what I'm saying? But when you start using code words, make sure you fill me in on the code words first so I know what the hell you're talking about. What is Cake? Is it Killer Katie? I think that's why he calls it. You know, that's what somebody said. I don't know. The dude talks so dreadfully slow.
Where's the monkey?
I don't know. I can't get past his slow ass talking to get to where the monkey is. That was the coolest part, was the fucking monkey. Right now it's just him and a bunch of makeup. But you know, here we don't code name it. Just, you know, throw it out there. I mean, at this point, what does it matter?
Do what you have to do. You can't get blood from a turnip.
Oh, I'm using code names, right? I said monkey boy. I said, don't use code names, right? But I think that one fits. You know what I'm saying? I get that one, you know. The dude with the monkey. How about that?
Can't get 500,000 from anyone. It's not going to happen.
Is there an expiration date on your NDA or anything?
I don't know.
And let me clear this up for anybody that's here and thinks I hate this guy. Okay. Because they'll start saying Dolly's homophobic and all these weird fucking crazy things. I don't hate anybody. I don't just look. I don't hate the guy. Sometimes I don't like his behavior, what he does. Okay. Like I didn't like him sharing the pictures of Callie Rodney. And I'm sure there's things he don't like that I do. Okay. His behavior, some of it to me is disgusting. Right. But far as, you know, I don't hate anybody. It ain't like that I have some vendetta against anybody or anything like that. It's just there's things that a lot of people do that I don't approve of or I don't like. Right. And that's why. And a lot of times people think I'm being mean, but I'm just really just joking and playing, you know. So the monkey matters,
The monkey
Dolly.
matters, Dolly.
I like the monkey. Listen, you think Dolly don't like monkeys? I love monkeys. Monkeys are cute as shit. Okay. So I don't think you should take them away from their families, their monkey family. Okay. And, you know, put them in your bedroom and shit like they're a wild animal. I mean, it's a little different. They're not domesticated animals. That I think, you know, and that's a different battle, you know. But as far as monkeys go, hell yeah, I like monkeys. I like all animals. Lions, tigers, bears, squirrels. I would have never killed Peanut. Okay. They should be ashamed of themselves. Raccoons, I like. I got one named Apples that comes up to my porch. I don't put them in the house, and if I can put a diaper on them, you know what I'm saying? But I think I go out there and feed him apples when he's on the porch. You know what I'm saying? But that's about as close as we getting. You know what I'm saying? I don't got a damn a wish list for the raccoon. Okay, I don't got a wish list for the raccoon out front, right? I haven't seen him in a while, but he comes up every now and then, right? He'll be in the trash. The first time I ever seen him, right? This is a true story. So I hear something outside on my porch. The dogs are barking, and what I had did is I had threw a pizza box away in the trash, and I set the trash can out on the front porch because I just hadn't put it in the big can yet. You know, it's just still in the round can. And I walk out, and there's this raccoon, and he's standing on the trash can, right? And he looks over at me, and as he's looking at me, he pulls a whole slice of pizza out the trash. Right? I'm looking at this raccoon. He's just like, he's just eating the pizza. He ain't running, and he's fat. He's a fat ass raccoon, right? He don't run real fast. He kind of just hobbles. But then after that, I was like, all right, we'll be cool. You know what I'm saying? I started feeding him apples. I go out there and give him an apple, and he just sit there, eat the little apple and look at me. But like I said, I never tried to bring him in the house, put a diaper on him. It's a totally different game, right? So, but I love all animals. I love when we go out, me and PJ travel, we always go to like a zoo, somewhere to pet animals. I've always been an animal person, right? So, just some animals I don't think you should own. Right? Remember, I went and seen all the alligators and snakes. I'm a little bit scared of snakes, right? They had every poisonous snake you could think of. But I like animals. More of a story.
That's how much I mean, I don't care at this point, because when you accuse me of
A stuffy named Lucky.
You screw it's null and void.
And that's what you had to sign the NDA for?
That's what I've been accused of twice.
Oh, brother.
I'm not gonna, it's like 15 pages.
Who accused you of this?
I've been accused by Nick once, Hong, at different times.
Okay. How much about Nick and Hong do you know, my dear?
I didn't know anything about those people. I know a little bit more now.
You said you went to Brittany's chat and you were on a list. Okay, was that like a terrorist watch group? Like, look, I've seen people say if you watch Dolly, don't come into my channel. All kinds of things. I don't know. I mean, I guess some people have a list. Remember the whole prayer vigil thing, and they were like, with it, you know, everybody's welcome, but really that wasn't the case. There were certain creators that they didn't want there. So if you don't align with them and you don't push the narrative that they want, you're really not welcome. even though they say you are. It sounds good to say, hey, everybody's welcome. We want to put our differences aside. But did they really? You know, that's one of them things you got to ask yourself. Did they really want to put all the differences aside? If they did, they would have not invited Betty and would have let Chris and Katie show up at a prayer vigil for their kid. Now, would Chris and Katie have showed up? I doubt it. Let's be honest. I doubt they would have showed up. But you know they definitely ain't going to show up if you got Betty there, right? So they're saying, you know, these people are welcome to show up and stuff like that, but really they didn't want certain people to show up. And if you did, they would have caused a scene because that's what they do. Okay, that's what they're good at. I've never seen a place Betty didn't cause a scene. All right, now sometimes causing a scene can be a good thing. Okay, some of Betty's crazy can be used for good, or it can be used for absolute evil. It depends how she's wielding the sword. You know what I'm saying? So to me, I knew that they brought Betty on to be a pit bull. I knew that right in the beginning. I was like, okay, they're going to bring Betty on because they want to say all this stuff that Betty's saying, but they're scared to say it. And Betty's not. Okay. Betty ain't fucking scared of the devil, right? She'll say the craziest shit any human can possibly say with like, there's no filter, none. And they knew this and they used that, right? Just like we're in Georgia, Betty kept saying stuff about Chief Hadley. Okay, y'all remember Chief Hadley? And I kept telling Betty, don't do that because we're here. And I don't know if you ever saw Shawshank Redemption, but you can end up with a kilo of Colombian Bam Bam in the car. And the next thing you know, we on our way to prison. If you're saying these cops are corrupt and they're crooked and they really are, do you want to be messing with them? Do you want to mess with the police if they're corrupt? Thank God they wasn't corrupt. Okay. Thank God she was wrong. But I'd be on one stream over here. Betty'd be on the stream over here, right? She'd be just murdering Chief Hatley, saying the craziest shit. Like, and you know, I can hear her. So I wander over to Betty and be like, Betty, can you stop saying this shit about the police? We're here. At least wait till I leave. And then you can say whatever you want to say about the police. Okay. But make sure I'm not in Georgia while you're saying it. Right. Can you just chill? And Betty be like, yeah, Dolly. Okay. I'm sorry. I got a little out of control there. Right. She'll walk right back over her fucking camera. Fuck Chief Hadley's cheating on his wife. Right. I'm thinking, what the hell? What the hell are you doing, lady? Right. So just if the cops were as corrupt as she would say, you don't think she'd be in jail? Okay. There's no filter on the lady. She can't stop. She can't stop. Right. She can't even help it. I think it's something in her wiring that makes her that way. Right. I was literally begging her, like, please stop talking about the police. Don't do that. Right. Because we're going to get in trouble. They're going to come after us, and she just wouldn't stop. And she just would not stop.
Stop me. I don't know anything really about Hong.
You do realize that these are two adults that are acting like 13-year-old boys and LARPing while using all of the adult resources that are afforded to them. One is on probation and their parole and can't leave the state, but has nothing but.
I don't, in the whole Betty case, I don't think they're going to do much to Betty. I mean, everybody acts like Betty's going to prison for 20 years. Like, she's not. They may do something to her, but I don't think it's going to be really bad. That's just, my legal experience. I've been locked up in every state you could be locked up in. I'm still free, right? So it ain't good, right? Because she's kind of been like, I don't know, she ain't been taking it real serious. Like Betty, I can't give her no advice because she don't listen to it anyway. But I would have said, hey, be quiet about it until your legal situation's over with. But she didn't do that, and that would have been the wisest thing to do, But, like I said, she can't help what she does. Like, she don't have a filter. She don't know how to turn it off. Like, You notice when I got in trouble in Georgia, I didn't say shit about them people until I was out of trouble. And then, I can speak again. It's like when Debo leaves, I'll be talking again. It's just a matter of time, right? But you wait to get out of all that legal stuff, and then you start popping off. You don't get in trouble and then pop off, right? So, I mean, we'll see how it works out. But she could have avoided that, and she asked for that, right? She knew everybody knew she was going to jail, and she knew she was going to jail. She asked for it. I couldn't feel bad, right? Because I don't wish jail on anybody. I don't hate anybody. I don't, even Bullhorn Betty. I don't wish jail on Bullhorn Betty. But she wanted to go to jail. So how bad could you feel for her? She even talked about it. Oh, they're gonna lock me up. Well, they locked your ass up, right? You can't feel bad, right? Like usually I'd feel bad for somebody that went to jail, right? And I owe her one, maybe, a half of one, maybe. So I can't, it's hard to feel bad that she went. And plus I knew she wasn't going to stay long, right? I knew Betty wasn't going to be in jail long. It just, and whatever they do to her, it ain't going to be like, she ain't going to prison. She may do 10 days, 30 days in jail or something like that. And she's already pulled a day, so she gets that day credit. So, but we'll see, right? And plus she has the appeal, and then it's just a court battle. I think that's how it's going to end up being in the end. It'll blow over, maybe. I mean, I don't know. We'll see. Okay, we'll see.
All the time in the world on his hands.
That guy went through my Facebook. I was live, and somehow I'm in Canada with some elderly man at a nude beach. My passport is expired.
Yeah, that's what they like to do, is digitally terrorize you. So hold on. Somebody just asked, for whom and why did you sign the NDA?
Theirs was because of what was alleged against Seth and then against me, as far as planting pants or evidence.
See, I had heard that way back in the day. Let me pause that. I had heard, and that's who's on her panel. I just want y'all to know. I think she has Cheesy Weezy, Small Town Girl, Terri Lynn, Ang, and just Samantha. Okay. I had heard those rumors that stuff was being planted, right? I didn't have no evidence of it, but people were rumoring that. So she's saying she signed this non-disclosure agreement because of people accusing them of planting things. That don't make any sense unless you planted them, right? Am I right? Right? If you didn't plant it, then why would you need to sign a non-disclosure agreement? You could just say, I didn't plant it. But if you did plant it, they would want you to say you don't say nothing, because that would make them look bad, right? So why would you sign a non-disclosure agreement if you didn't do nothing? If you didn't plant nothing and you didn't do nothing wrong, why would you sign this agreement, Terri Lynn? Listen, like I said, I have nothing personal against you. I appreciate you being out there searching for Sebastian. I'm trying to figure out what the hell is going on right here, okay? Because I don't think unless you were doing something wrong and you didn't want they didn't want people to know, then why sign it? What you're saying don't make a lot of sense to me. I mean, I understand they were accusing you because even I heard it. But wouldn't you come out and say, hey, I ain't plant nothing. I didn't plant nothing. But you went and signed a non-disclosure agreement with these people to where you couldn't talk about it. It seems odd. It just seems odd to me. Like, and look, I don't trust these people. I'll make it clear. Now, listen, I don't think Seth has anything to do with the disappearance of Sebastian Rogers. Don't twist what I'm saying up. I don't think he has anything to do with it. But does that mean I trust him or his people? Hell to the no, no, no. Hell no. Not even close. Not even a little bit. Not even a little bit do I trust them people. She stated she didn't plant the pants. Yeah, but were the pants planted? If you say, listen, we can play word salad all night, right? That's like me saying, okay, I didn't plant this, but PJ did. But I only say, I ain't plant nothing. Okay? I mean, then I'm telling the truth, right? But if I make PJ set the fucking pants there, then of course, and I'm just playing word games with you, like I ain't playing them. But why don't they want that discussed? It just seems odd. I ain't saying she did, and I ain't saying she didn't. I'm just saying it seems a little odd there, Boogie. Okay, it just seems odd. That's it. It's questionable.
Okay. Was it signed between lawyers?
Was what now?
Somebody in the chat asked, was the NDA signed between lawyers?
It wasn't notarized or anything.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
You're saying the NDA had to do with you with the planting of pants?
No, hold on. I'm gonna pull the damn
I
thing.
misunderstood. I'm sorry.
No, I'm gonna pull it up because that way I'll have it right here. There's so many pages to this damn thing. It's crazy.
Do you have it digitally?
That's how it was sent.
Do you think you could send maybe Queen a copy of it?
I told Queen that I would have a conversation with her.
Okay.
And that I would. She knows what we talked about.
Okay. Now, I'm coming into the ball game late. I just thought that because I don't want to see it, but I know that other people.
No, it's a lot of stuff
They
that
know.
I did.
Why is this lady lying? She's like, I don't want to see it. Stop your fucking lying. You wouldn't be asking for it if you didn't want to see it. Because you know, if she gives it to Queen, Queen's going to give it to all of y'all. Y'all all going to see it. Y'all going to be up there reading it. Like, she's like, I don't want to see it. Fucking lying. Stop. I hate that shit. I hate it. Why even lie? Okay? Of course you want to see it. You wouldn't be asked about it if you didn't want to see it. Right? People just say any fucking thing up here. They just say anything. Right? I'm trying to be nice too. I'm trying my best. Short bus. Okay? Short bus people. I'm trying to be nice. Oh my God. All right. Why so many people just lie?
Didn't even understand. And still don't understand it.
Kelly said we'd all like to see it. Right there you go. Send me a copy.
Hey guys,
I don't
can
want
you
to
hear
see it
me?
either.
I don't know if I have feedback or Queen let me up.
Hi, just Samantha.
I won't even look.
I have a question for Terri Lynn, if you don't mind.
Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering just about kind of like the packets or the narrative that seems to get pushed by multiple creators, like the Chris and Katie are selling their house, or
Their
the
house is
grand
not.
jury every couple months, these stories.
None of that shit. The grand jury meets every month. I've said that in my own lives. The grand jury here in Sumner County meets every month. That is nothing. That's a secret.
That's normal. That's normal.
Every month. And so
Yep,
every
that's
time
normal.
everybody says that and they're like, something's going to happen. No, it's not. Nobody's getting arrested. It's not going to happen. Stop it.
But is somebody, i.e. Seth or Nick, at night, is there somebody that is pushing these stories and these narratives that continue to appear? And then multiple channels go on and share them.
Amen. This girl has a little bit of sense. Who is this? Just Samantha. I've been saying the same thing. They push a narrative. Their little clique gets together. They run it. And then everybody believes it. Okay? Because so many different channels have said it. And then I got to argue with everybody. And then I got to be like, hey, full of shit. And then people are like, Dolly, why are you messing with those people? And then me, that's why it always seems like an uphill battle. Right? Because you can't fix stupid. Right? You can't. They understand what they're doing in their misinformation campaign. And that's what I said. Like, I don't have a problem people accidentally spread misinformation because you don't know any better. It's when you know better and you do it anyway. It's my biggest problem with these people. I just want to clear that up.
I don't. maybe I come in a little too late to that game, but I don't know about any packets. I never received packets.
Hey, Lulu.
Now they might have told people what to say, but nobody was going to get.
They may have, or they did.
Did they try to? They did, didn't they? Sorry. Did you sign a non-disclosure or a non-disparaging agreement? Sorry, I'm Amy, by the way. Petty or Amy.
I call misinformation. 4Mega says I call misinformation lies. Yeah, purposely spreading lies is what it is. Right? Like if you accidentally lie, say you heard something and you think it's true and you tell people, I can understand that. You didn't know no better. Okay. You thought it was real. You thought it was legit. You spread misinformation, but you didn't purposely do it. It's when you know it's bullshit and you're like, okay, I'm going to run with this anyway. That to me is spreading misinformation purposely. There's a little bit of difference in it. You know, like if I say something wrong, I try to retract it or fix it. Be like, oh, I was wrong. At the time I thought this was up, but that wasn't the deal. But no, they run things as it's truth when they know it's a lie. That's basically what defamation is when you know it's a lie, but you continue to tell it anyway. That's defamation. If you don't know it's a lie and you say it, it's not defamation because you didn't know. But if you openly know something is a lie and you run with it and you say it about somebody, that is defamation. That is a lawsuit. Okay. Now, if you believe what you're saying, that's not defamation. Right? It's not defamation. You have to know that it's a lie and you're running with a lie. That is defamation.
Or did you sign both?
I signed the NDA. Is that the same? If that's the same thing,
The two totally, well, they are, but they're not. Well, they've got the same letters, but one's disparaging, so you can't say anything bad about Seth, and the other one is non-disclosure.
I can tell you this. You know who ain't never signing no shit like that? Me. I'm going to say whatever I want to say anytime I want to say it. Right? I don't see why anybody would sign a paper saying I won't say nothing bad about you. If you have to sign a paper not to say something bad about somebody, what does that say about the person? That means they're fucking terrible. If you so bad, I got to sign a paper saying I won't say nothing. That probably means you're not a good person. I'm just saying, if you was a good person, why does anybody need to sign anything? Because good people don't say bad shit. They don't do bad things. So, like, if you get around me, do you have to sign a non-disclosure agreement? No, I don't give a damn what you say. I don't do nothing wrong. I'm a decent human being. All you're going to see is decent human being shit, right? Me hanging out with the kids, me watching Netflix, me eating cookies. I love some cookies, right? I mean, I don't want people to know about them Chips Ahoy's, right? I better fucking make you sign an NDA. I don't want people to know that I got double stuffs in the fridge, right? I'd be, oh my God, Dolly, your heart, you eating double stuffed cookies, right? Like, it don't make sense to me, right? Like, I can't say nothing bad about you. What if you do something bad? Do I'm supposed to just say nothing? Sit here like you didn't do shit? Like you didn't allegedly pay that girl's rent, right? Oh, hell no. They did it in Summer Wells too. Remember when the damn Tim Mullins, the PR guy? Here's the thing. Missing kids should not have PR people. They shouldn't have non-disclosure agreements. And you know, I always heard in missing kids, see something, say something. What is the news saying? See something, don't say shit. You get sued. You get sued. See something, don't say nothing. You better not. You signed it. You agreed, right? You agreed. Don't that go against what we teach people? If you see something, say something. Crazy.
Because I know Brittany J is alleged to have signed a non-disparaging agreement.
Okay, and just an update for anybody coming in. We are listening to Queen Bee, okay, aka Queen Newport. I'm just playing. Don't get mad, Queen Bee. The next thing you know, we'll be at war because you can't take a joke. But some of your friends, let's just say they I don't know. I don't know a nice way to say it. I don't know. They're not the sharpest knife in the drawer. Okay, where's B Tim when you need him? Okay, where's B Tim when you need him? Dolly, husband heart surgery went well. Thank you for your advice last night.
Well, I'm gonna step down. Thanks, Queen. That was my one question.
I'm glad to hear that, Mama Pi.
I'll be in chat, guys.
Bye, Samantha.
Thank you, love.
I know they have more 844 numbers than people could ever afford to buy.
That was my main question, but another question was just because of something you said earlier on. Do you know when At Night came into this? Was it before May?
I don't know
He
exactly.
goes to bed early.
I can say that I have a feeling that it was before anybody knew about it, and that's a feeling.
He's a big Dolly fan, B Tim. I'm going to send him a starter cap. I'm going to sign it for him. You know, I'm going to do a headshot, 8x10, send it to him so he can put it on his wall. I'm going to be like, thanks for watching, B Tim. Dolly. Okay.
Before anybody knew about what? The disappearance, or
No.
just before anybody
Before
knew
anybody
about
got
it?
involved, before they came public with it.
All
Yeah.
right, this
You're
is
saying.
supposed to be a non-disclosure and non-disparagement. I don't even know what all this is.
Okay,
But
so it's both.
It's what now?
It's both. It's non-disclosure, non-disparagement, meaning you can't talk about it and you can't speak poorly of.
Well, an attorney said this right here does not hold water.
Okay.
And
Okay.
I can tell you, and I will show it
Why sign it then?
because she's going to notice something on one line.
Why would you show it to attorney after the fact? Why didn't you show it to attorney to ask the attorney what you were signing? You think I'm just going to sign anything? Here, give me a piece of paper and sign that. Hell no, you could be signing your life away. So you go to attorney after you sign it and go, oh, well, it don't hold water. Well, why'd you sign it? It still don't make no sense. Why did you sign this agreement with these people? I just don't get that part of it.
On the receiving party. Guess what?
If you're gonna send it, I'll look at it, not show it to everybody if you'd like to do that.
Stop lying,
Oh,
Queen.
yeah,
Stop
I
lying.
will.
You be
Because,
that should be in your Discord.
Barbecue says 844 numbers through the burner app that also sent the death threats in quotes to dog, fabricated evidence with no
wait,
attached
what?
police report.
That's their numbers is 844.
Oh.
That's the one that blew my phone up when I got home from the emergency room. That was what was calling me.
Interesting. Send me that number so we can see if it matches up with the one from the alleged death threat. Dog.
Thank you for having me up, Queen. That's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
Well, I've been saying for a while that nobody's getting threatened. The searchers ain't getting threatened. It's all trolling. Okay. I've been down there multiple times searching. Nobody bothered me. Right. I did have somebody follow me around. It was a little weird, but they were videotaping me. And it was a woman. So it ain't like she got out and said, I'm going to kill you, Dolly, or nothing. Right. And that was just one time. So the whole thing is this, like, they use that as a reason, I believe, and this is my opinion, not to search. Oh, well, Raging Cajuns did it too. Well, we got to leave. But you got all these big Raging Cajun dudes, right, that wrestle fucking alligators, but you're scared to search for a kid? They needed a reason to get out because they were getting exposed. And they were getting exposed by me and JLR. For what did they ask for? Chairs so they could sit down? They didn't really want the help that they were asking for. And the thing about this is probably nobody would have believed me and nobody would have believed JLR. But together, everybody believed us. Okay, because me and JR ain't connected. I've never even talked to JR. Never. We've been in the same scenes and played, never even spoke to each other. So when we both came out with the same story, people knew it was the truth. And they didn't know what to do. So they needed an exit plan. Okay, they needed a strategy to get out of town because everything was going bad and they were being exposed for being frauds. So what they did was, we're getting threats. We're getting threats. We got to back out. Okay, so you got all these big, tough dudes that were part of the Navy, but they're scared of a couple threats. These are the people that fight during Hurricane Katrina and all this, but they're scared of a couple internet threats. That was an excuse. All it was. And that excuse has been used the whole time not to search for Sebastian Rogers. There's nobody down there doing anything to anybody. Hendersonville's a safe town. And they're making it to be like you're in Compton. City of Compton. Okay. Like damn Dr. Dre and Snoop Dogg gonna jump out of a bush with a 4-4 and start bucking shots at you. That shit ain't gonna happen. Like the Crips are gonna jump out of a bush in Tennessee. Oh shit, there's a gang of Bloods. Ain't happening. Ain't happening. It's all fabricated bullshit lies, in my opinion.
Thanks, Terri Lynn. Bye.
Bye, Freddie. How many NDAs did you sign?
Just this one.
Oh,
I would.
And this is just
To answer this, Cricket, because they didn't want people searching. Sounds good, right? They didn't want to search. They were being exposed, and they used that as an excuse. People were not out there threatening people. The only person I got threatened by was the Raging Cajuns. That's it. The people that were supposed to be searching. They were the only ones threatening people. That's facts. So you make that make sense. So there were no threats after they left. People used that for their convenience, which is terrible because I believe them days were the most important days to be searching for Sebastian because that's when he had just went missing. They're still using it today. Oh, we're getting these death threats and this. Ain't nobody threatening nobody. That ain't happening. I mean, I guess it could be happening, like trolls maybe saying things, but how serious do you take that? You know how many people say shit to me all the time? Remember, people are like, I'll drag you into the woods, take you fishing. Did that ever stop me from going to look for Summer Wells or any of these kids? Did anybody ever do anything? People say all kinds of crazy shit. That don't mean they're going to act on it. Idle threats is what I call it. It's some old Joe Exotic shit.
with Hong and Nick, correct?
No, it's got a slew of names on here. I don't know these people.
Is it for Seth and Tony and Betty and all of them, like all of the plaintiffs?
No. Hold on. This is a ton of shit.
Anything important like that, I'm going to say, hey, let me hold on to this. I'm going to have my attorney look over it. And if everything's okay, I'll sign it. But my attorney's going to look at it first. Okay? So it ain't like it's going to cost you a big expense to go to an attorney and have an attorney look over a document. It ain't going to be as much as an attorney to represent you. They'll just give you some legal advice. They'll read the document, give you some legal advice. I mean, it's going to cost you, but it ain't going to cost you the same as you were hiring a lawyer to represent you in a criminal case or a civil case.
And Jen Rebel says, did you ever witness or have personal experience, see or hear inappropriate behavior from Mr. Rogers?
7 names.
She don't answer it.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
She said 7 names.
There's 7. So And then that other guy with this, that'd be 8 altogether. And I don't even know Midnight. I don't know who these people are. I've never even heard of some of these people.
What's up, Puff Muffin? Hey, Vals.
That's 1, 2. Let's see. 3.
This is where they're eating crayons right here. They're like, glue stick, some putty.
This has 16 pages.
You like this part of it, sorry.
Do you think there's going to be a movie or anything made out of this? Is that what they're trying to do? Do you think?
That's what in my opinion, I think that's my opinion.
So she thinks they're going to try to make a movie.
They said is it notarized? Is the NDA notarized?
I never had it notarized. No.
Did they?
They never sent it back as notarized. Does that make sense?
Okay, so it wasn't notarized at all then.
Nope.
Yeah, it's not. It doesn't mean shit.
Hold on.
What did they say the reason was that they wanted you to sign it?
Here's
She went. What does it take?
Engagement letter.
Engagement letter. You married them? NDAs are us.
I don't have to notarize anything. I'm on 8. Nope. Not that I'm seeing anything notarized. And that to me was broken when the threats were made in November.
But she still didn't say why she signed it. Why'd you sign it, woman? Why? Why? The key word why here. Why did you
threats
do it?
against you, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Now the people are threatening you. Eh. Is dead air a trend now? So many people are doing it. I don't know. That's what I said. Like when I was watching it earlier, I was like, is this how they hold a fucking conversation? Because this, I'm like, PJ even said when you play this tonight, you're going to put people to sleep. And it's just the way they listen, I'm not a woman. I mean, I don't know how y'all women, y'all sit around and chat for hours and shit. I'm a little bit more to the point, quicker. I try to get out what I got to say quick as I usually can. They just she has a way of working her way around questions. Like you'll ask her something and she act like she don't hear it. Right? They've asked her 30 times why she signed this NDA. She's never answered it once. She said, well, there's 7 people on it. There's a damn engagement letter, but she never directly answers the questions she's asked. It's like she's doing it. I feel she's doing it purposely. She's purposely avoiding these questions because she wants to be in with the other side now. So if she seems pro Seth or pro TikTok Tony or pro investigation unit, whatever the fuck they're called, then she feels like they'll not like her as much. That's just the vibe I get, right? Like some people like to please everybody, and you can't do that. Okay, you just can't. You can't be a people pleaser. Sometimes you got to be an asshole, right? It's just the way it is. Or answer the questions. At the time, I thought they were cool people. Come to find out, they're a bunch of assholes. You know what I'm saying? I mean, be real. When you're not legitimate or you're not straight out with people, it gives them time to think, okay, well, you're not being truthful or honest with us, and then it makes you seem like you may be mad about something, and you're trying to flip sides is basically it. No, they are usually slow.
Did you think that you were going to be in the production?
Hell no, because I don't want to be in any of that crap. But I don't know. I don't know if that's going to be.
It's not. I don't think so.
But considering who.
So they never just blatantly came out and was like, we're making a movie. Nothing like that. Did you? Okay, hold on. I got a question. Did you sign it because you felt like you needed to, or did you sign it because you were like scared, like into, like thinking that, you know, something would happen if you didn't? I mean,
probably a little of both on that.
Yeah.
Oh, stop your line. Okay. Boogie. I know you in here and Terri Lynn's your girl. She signed it because she was scared something would happen to her. Come on now. Come on. Anybody buy that? Anybody? If you buy that, press 1. If you don't, if you call BS on that, press 2. I just want to see where y'all at, right? She signed this because she was in fear. She signed it because of fear that something could happen to her. Does anybody buy that? One, if you believe her. 2, if you say BS. Okay. We just want to, you know, I ain't going to say, I'm just going to let you guys say what you say. Okay. Terri Lynn scared bull. I see a lot of 2s. Where you at, Boogie? Bogey, whatever it is. Boogie. Where you at? You got to answer this one. Go. This one was so bad you couldn't even take up for her. Right? Like she knew better. Come on now. Be honest with the people. Be honest with the people. You thought they were all right and you were on their team, and then you realize something is wrong. Okay. All right. At least you spoke up. You didn't hide. I give you credit for being brave enough to take my torture. Facing the fire. Okay. Bogey, you faced the fire. I can't be so mad at you. But you see, most people think it's BS, right? She wasn't scared. She signed it because she thought they were good people. And why don't she be honest? I thought they were cool and they were legit. And then once I got in there, I realized they wasn't shit. You could tell us. We know that anyway, right? Who don't know that? I know that. Bogey, you know that. She thought they were cool. And she got in there. And they won't. All right. Easy answer. I just thought they were cool. And I thought we were on the same team. And come to find out, we didn't see things the same.
Mama Duck, what's up, baby?
Well, I have a couple questions because I, have a little experience. I just wondered if Terri was asked to sign a volunteer agreement.
As in what?
Like to volunteer for at night? Like a job agreement, but it was a volunteer agreement. Are they making people sign that?
Thank you, Jacqueline.
I didn't sign a volunteer agreement.
And they didn't have you assigned to an agent?
No.
A registered agent for the company?
I don't know what that means, though. No.
Who asked you to sign? It was Nick and Hung, not a lawyer or the registered agent for the company, to sign it?
There's a bunch of names on there, and there's like company names.
The biggest thing is this. She signed something she didn't even know what she was signing, or she did, and she's playing like she didn't. Okay, I don't know which one it is. I don't know Terri Lynn that good. Either she signed something not knowing what it was. Okay, I'm gonna send her a blank check, see if she'll sign it for $1 million. But she signed something she didn't know what she was signing, or she knew what she was signing. She's trying to play dumb. I don't know her, so I don't know which one it is. But I have a hard time thinking you just signed something you had no clue what it was with a bunch of people's names on it. You have no clue to who they are. I mean, That's a crazy one.
I didn't have like interaction until hold on, I can tell you exactly when. Hold on.
Make it make sense. That's all I'm saying.
While you're looking at that, was it just a case of they just approached you one day and said, hey, if you want to continue with us, you got to sign this?
Let's just don't put words in this lady's mouth. Okay. Because that's what is it? Voices. That's what Voices is trying to do. Let her speak for herself. Don't give her out. See, what you're doing right now is you're giving her an out. Oh yeah, that's right. They approached me and said I could, don't give her an out. We want to hear what she has to say. We don't want you planting her answers into her fucking head. All right. Because that's what you're trying to do. You're trying to plant answers into her head. Don't do that. Don't do it. Don't do it.
If you want my opinion, I think this was made, oh God, where I wouldn't search.
In her opinion, it was made so she wouldn't search. Why would the father of a missing kid and his team not want people to search? But yet, they always tell people, thank you for searching. It seems, but they're not searching publicly. Anyway, I don't know what they're doing privately. I ain't with them. But publicly, we don't see a whole lot of searching. But she's saying they think she did this so she wouldn't search. But didn't they bring you on because you was a searcher? It seems like it contradicts itself. Anybody got this figured out?
That was I guess my question were these like intimidation tactics? Like they're sending you so much paperwork and things to sign with threats of it. Now, if you do this, this will happen. If you do that, this will happen. So is it like intimidation or was it just like covering bases? I guess that's my question. And then I'll hop down.
That's what it sounds like. Yeah.
That ain't what it sounds like. Okay. Go back to licking the windows on the bus. That ain't what it sounds like at all. It don't sound like they were intimidating this woman at all. It sounds like she was part of their team and they didn't want her talking to outsiders. So she signed an agreement saying she wouldn't. Don't make it they're making it into something that's not. Go back to eating crayons in your Play-Doh, okay? And shut the hell up. Let the lady speak for herself. Don't talk for her.
Okay, I'm gonna hop down. Thanks, Queen.
And when they approached you with this document, did you not go to Chris and Katie and let them know, or?
No, because she was trying to play both sides. That's what it seems like to me. And just like now, when one side didn't work out, she's ran to the other side instead of just being in the middle and being herself.
I don't know them like that. I guess people consider that I do. I don't.
Oh, okay.
I don't know them like that.
I don't think she knows them like that either. I do know Chris went out to one time where she was searching, and I think they met. My understanding, I could be wrong on that, but I don't think she's like buddies with Chris and Katie either. I think that's truthful.
And I think that anybody.
Yes, we have walkie-talkies. We use when I go out into the woods. Because a lot of times when I go out in the woods, it ain't always me and PJ that go into the woods. Sometimes it's just me. So we have walkie-talkies. So like she'll be in base camp in the command center and I'll jump out and run out into the woods and shit and search those certain places. Matter of fact, if you watch this search in Richmond, that's how we were doing it. Like she was sitting in the truck and she was sleuthing on the phone and getting all the information. And I was running through the woods looking, but we were talking to each other on walkie-talkies.
I'm gonna go to where this shit started. When I say shit,
10-4.
and that means the code bullshit red and stuff. Hold on.
You know what? I bet that was scary, not knowing all the things that we know about Long and that.
I don't know these people.
Crazy scary in the moment for you. I'm really sorry.
Oh, she's definitely not neutral. Okay. That's what I'm saying. Like in this, guys, you got to be in the middle. You can't get too close to these people or look at the situations you find yourself in. All right. Like just handle yourself appropriate. These people are all suspects until this crime is solved or there's some answers for Sebastian. If you get too close to them, it sways your judgment one way or the other. So now I ain't saying you can't communicate with them. Just don't try to befriend them, because when you're friends with people or you feel like somebody's your friend, of course you ain't going to want to think they done something, which I don't think Seth done nothing anyway, but I'm still saying you still don't want to be his buddy. It ain't what YouTubers should be doing. If you're a real sleuth or trying to, be a Scooby-Doo gang, you don't go befriend possible people. You just don't do it. Even though I know they didn't do it, I still wouldn't do it. It just ain't good. Benny Keys had spinal fluid leaking too. Look at, he had a leaky brain. Okay. I don't know what Benny Keys has been up to. But crazy thing is Facebook, you know how they recommend people for you to add? They recommended me Benny Keys. And I thought Facebook was playing a joke on me. I was like, are you fucking serious right now, Facebook? Okay. I think I can find better friends than Benny Keys.
Was poker night through?
You gonna buy a Jackery next?
As far as I know, yes. I can only go off what I
Jackery.
was told. Now, if it wasn't, somebody lied.
Everybody that sleuths, you need one of those. Okay. Charging your phones, your computers, when you go out in the woods. Jackery is where it's at.
I just find it so weird that they're coming at people wanting people to sign NDAs and non-disclosure agreements and stuff just because you're out searching in your area for a missing child.
I think that this was more. I think there's more to this. But you can't stop someone. And they brought my kid in. You don't. That was the bad thing.
So they were threatening her kid. The people you teamed up with now are threatening your kid. I mean, that's what she said, right? Oh, did I hear that wrong? That they brought her kid into it. But you were cool with him and wanted to work with him, and you signed a non-disclosure agreement. Code red. Code red. Terri Lynn's went rogue.
Be on the lookout, Bolo, for me. That's where you fucked up.
So they went to a personal level. Threatening you over this, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's not good. Listen, I don't know what's going on with the whole Terri Lynn situation, but they should not be threatening this woman. Nobody deserves to be threatened, right? Like if you don't run somebody's narrative, but like when you dance with the devil, that's what happens. That's why I say you don't do it. It's tempting, right? But it always ends up bad, right? And I guess she's had to learn this the hard way, which it is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
And up until that point, it wasn't real for you until correct, so to speak.
When I'm told I've got 48 hours to respond, and they called the whole fucking night.
Oh my God. How often were you speaking with them?
They were pretty regular. A lot.
So would you say daily, multiple times a day, multiple times a week?
Multiple.
Days or week?
Day.
Oh. And
I
then
was
do you know
never up to
anything,
that.
or what do you know about this so-called poker game that everybody has talked about?
I did what I could do to cover and keep me and my child safe until something happened.
What does it says, Dolly? You sound scared. Is your in older lady? I don't know what the hell are you talking about, softball girl. You might need to like elaborate. I don't know the hell you're talking about. I can't think of much I'm scared of. Snakes and spiders. Okay. That's usually the only thing that scares me. Other than that, I ain't really scared of shit. Snakes and spiders, they get me every time. I can be like, I'll be running.
Happens.
Okay, listen, you guys, I think we all need to remember that we have had more information about Hong and Nick for a lot longer than this lady has.
How is that possible? I guess maybe because we go back to Calicante with him, but he didn't do nothing wrong in Calicante. So right there, you're full of shit. Everybody's known about the same amount of time what's going on in this case. So it ain't like y'all knew something that nobody else knew beforehand. That don't even make sense because things didn't start going rogue until the Sebastian Rogers case. Calicante was an escaped prisoner and everybody was looking for him. Even I was up there. So that had nothing to do with anything. I don't think at that point, like he was being bad or anything to be like, oh my God, red flags. Not until the Sebastian case. You might go, okay, now he seems a little sketch. I don't know what's going on. I could see it in this, but it ain't like you knew something before anybody else.
And they played on that.
And they know they do know that
I know it's something about her I don't like. Their boots. Like it's like one of those people, she tries to like talk for you and plant information and like, I don't know. It's just something about her just like, ugh! And I'm trying to be nice.
I don't want to cut anybody off.
I don't know if that
No, I was done.
Can I ask a couple questions really quick? You were in contact with Seth way before At Night Media got involved, correct? Because you were in contact with Robin, his mom, and what I assume was Nina early on in March, correct?
I was put into contact with Nina by Trevor Lee.
Okay.
Yes, she was the searcher that was on the news that said she searches day and night. She's never going to give up. She was the one that was on the news. Yeah, Terri Lynn. So, matter of fact, I just watched that news interview tonight because PJ had never seen it. I was like, I've already seen that. She's like, I never noticed they did a thing on her. I was like, yeah, that happened like a month ago. That was at the 1 year mark. She did the little news interview. And she was just talking about, she don't know how a mom could give up, but she wasn't going to give up on Sebastian. She was going to search every day and blah, 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 and stuff like that. Here's the thing. I don't think Terri Lynn's a bad person, right? I think she's doing a good job out there searching for Sebastian. I think she should have never got involved with these people. That's my point. You know what I'm saying? She should have never got involved with these people. Not that she's a bad person. It takes a good, caring person to get out there and search. And, you know, a lot of people give her hell that she just searches parking lots and, you know, but she's still searching more than a lot of people are. She's searching fucking parking lots every day. You never know where that kid's at, you know, but she's out there trying. It may not be what you would do. It may not be what I would do, but she's still out there trying the best to her ability. And that's all you can really ask anybody is do your best to your ability. Like, I don't think she's going to be fucking rappelling down a mountain looking for him. You know, that'd be stupid to think. But she's out there trying, which I respect. I completely respect. The thing she should have never done is she should have never got involved with these people. And now she's paying the price for that, is basically what it sounds like to me.
Can I ask you another question? When that was September 18th that you were on BJ's panel. So September 16th, they sent barbecue to C&D and the injunction. September 17th, they drew up one against Cluminati. On the 18th of September, you said you were going to be signing something. Were you referring to an NDA?
No.
That's what you were going to be signing?
No, that was going to be for Zell. No.
Oh, you were going to sign something for Betty's attorney.
I did not, though.
But you didn't sign it. You didn't go through with it.
Hell no. No.
Okay.
Mm-mm.
And a quick question, just one more question on the whole timeline of things. When Tony came,
Ain't Zelle a banking account like Cash App, Venmo, Zelle? Am I wrong there? I don't have it, so I don't know. Ain't that like a Cash App, Zelle? Silver guy search legit for Zelle. I can't make out anything. Yes, Bank of America. That's weird.
came in initially, you seemed hesitant about what his involvement with Seth was. And then you said you had to eat crow. You were wrong on Tony. You had it wrong.
Mm-hmm.
What was the change for you? Can you explain that?
Speaking to him, which I had not done, right? He's good.
Good at what? Can you elaborate?
I guess like a used car salesman.
He's
At
good.
this
Like
point,
a
I
used car
trust no
salesman.
one. I don't.
Well, that's for good reason, I would assume. One other question. When your tire was punctured and the story got told that your tires were slashed.
No, it was the front passenger side tire. I have explained this over.
I know you have.
My tire.
But they're still running with it. That's the.
So she had a flat tire. That's it. Nobody stabbed or cut her tire. She just had a fucking flat tire. Let's make this into some conspiracy. Flat tire. Oh Lord, man. Oh my Jesus.
Problem is they're still using that situation to say that searchers were being threatened.
That's a lie.
And there is no direct correlation to you.
Okay, so now her tire wasn't stabbed. Her tire wasn't cut. It's searchers are being threatened. Didn't happen. What a wicked web we weave. I swear.
Like,
I was never threatened. Personally threatened. Now, Perry, I don't care. I'm going to say the name. They said hers were. Do I know that for a fact? That's another searcher. That's another searcher. I don't know that for a fact, though.
And who is they that said that?
That's what she had said.
How did you find that out, though?
Well, it came from her in the mornings when we would meet. But I don't know. I don't know for a fact that her tires got slashed.
I don't know if she's friends with Bobby the neighbor or not, to be dead honest with you. I mean, I don't know. I don't know Terri Lynn that well. I'm still trying to figure out why she signed his NDA, and I know it wasn't under the stress or her being scared. That's what she said, but that's not true. I don't know. I don't know the woman. Y'all probably know her better than I do. I don't really watch. So I just know what she's saying don't quite completely add up. You know what I'm saying? So I'm surprised I listened to this much of it. I'm gonna fucking be brain dead by tomorrow. I'm like dumbing myself down. I feel sorry for making y'all stupider. Okay? I apologize. Dolly still loves you.
I wasn't with her.
Correct.
I can't
You guys
say
know
that.
Bobby? Okay.
Do you believe that CJ's serpentine belt was cut?
I don't know what that is.
Fuck no, those belts break.
I have no clue what a serpentine belt. No, I don't know if that happened. I felt safer in the damn woods than anything.
One other question, and then I'll hop down, is what were you signing something on Betty's behalf for the attorney? What was that? I know you said you didn't sign it, but what was the reasoning for them asking you to sign something on Betty's behalf?
As for that she had been followed, etc. I wouldn't sign nothing for anybody at this point. Can't prove it.
So you were going to sign something to say that Betty was followed. So y'all were in there discussing the Betty things. You was team Betty, and that didn't work out. Oh, the plot thickens. The plot thickens, right? Like they this is why you don't dance with the devil in the pale moonlight. That's why you don't do it.
But you ended up signing NDAs.
No, the NDA was different. And that was supposed to be the accusations that people were running with. I would love to know where they even came from. As far as the planted pants that supposedly Seth planted for me to find.
So they wanted
you to okay, if you're just tuning in and you don't know what we're listening to Queen Bee, okay? And let me show it real fast. And she has Nonsense, Small Town Girl, Terri Lynn, Aang, and I think, what is it, Voices on her panel? I'm not for sure who these people are. I just call them the short bus, okay? She has a whole fucking panel full of the short bus.
Let me get this straight. They wanted you to sign an NDA about rumors and speculation that were being ran around with on the internet.
Apparently that were by creators.
So what were you supposed to not disclose?
I've never done an NDA before. Hell, I don't know. I mean, I can go over here and.
But you signed it. You don't know what you wasn't supposed to disclose. Is that too convenient, guys? It sounds a little convenient that you don't know what you wasn't supposed to talk about, but you signed this paper. I don't know, Terri Lynn. I'm starting not to believe you. I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt here, but I mean, now listen, I believe people can be some dumb, but I don't think all these people are plumb dumb, right? Like, you signed this paper. You didn't read it. You didn't know what it was about. You just, I don't know. Let me sign this. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like she's trying to sell a used car to me, right? I'm like, I don't know, man. I'm like, listen, I ain't no genius here, but what you saying don't make good sense. Off the record says they're dumb. I feel they that dumb. I hope not. I'm praying that they're not that dumb, right? I'm hoping they're faking it. But then again, we are dealing with the short bus here. I'm playing, guys. These women could be nice women. I don't know. I'm just picking and playing. But the story don't really add up. It don't really add up what she's saying. Like, it don't make sense. They had to discuss with you what they didn't want you to say. And she's acting like they didn't, and that don't make any sense. If I'm going to make you sign a non-disclosure agreement, I'm going to be like, look, Terry, I don't want you telling people that I eat flaming hot Cheetos, okay? Listen, they cannot know about these Cheetos I got. They might want some, okay? So, look, I need you to sign this, and you are not to tell these people about these flaming hot Cheetos right here, okay? They may get upset. They may not like people that eat flaming hot Cheetos. They may unsub my channel, so they can definitely not know about the flaming hot Cheetos. So you got to sign this, make sure you don't say nothing, keep it cool, and we'll feed you information that'll help your channel grow. You'll make buku bucks, AdSense, right? You'll make a whole $37. Okay. Now, if you want that $37, you're going to have to sign this non-disclosure agreement, or, you ain't going to get that $37. But let's think about this. $37 add up. You get $37 this month, $37 next month. That's $44. I think it's more, my math is off, right? What, 37, that's 60, 70, that's $74. Okay, $74. It all adds up in the end, but you can't say nothing about them flaming hot Cheetos, okay? Shh. Hush is the word. Hush.
See what it says? I don't know.
Can you, if there's one paragraph that says the purpose,
hold on.
Can you just, I'm just really confused about what they're having you sign and why, because it doesn't make sense that they would be having you sign things on behalf of rumors and speculation. It's not usually what a non-disclosure agreement is at all.
Okay. Midnight Society. Hold on. I'm going to go through this.
And Betty wanted you to sign something from her lawyer stating that she was being threatened and followed, but there was no proof of any of this. But she wanted you to sign a legal document stating that there was.
Yeah, that's what I want to know, is why she would even ask you for that.
Right. I mean, like, did you and Betty know each other like that for her to come out and ask that? That's pretty big.
Wait, hold on. Just give me 1 second. Wait, before you, hold on. I'm trying to find what.
Yeah, go ahead, do your thing.
But you're going to have to walk me through this.
Is there in that form that you signed, there should be like the purpose or the narrative of what
okay. For the purposes?
Yes.
I don't understand. She said she needed to sign something about Zale, but she didn't specify. And then she said it was about Betty following somebody. What does Betty following somebody got to do with a banking account? Were they going to pay her to say Betty did that? I mean, I don't know. I'm kind of lost in that too. Zelle is a banking account like Cash App or Venmo. And she said she had to sign something for Zelle, but then she said it had to do with Betty following somebody. What does Betty following somebody have to do with a bank account? Does that make any sense to anybody? If it does, fill me in, because to me, that sounds like some more just random bullshit. I mean, I don't know. Y'all know this woman better than I do. I'm just listening like, oh, this shit don't, like the person said, the math's not mathing. Like, I don't know what's going on here.
Hold on. My invisible kid's coming down. Hold on.
They're 2 pennies short of a nickel.
Sorry. Shall me any of all information in any form of the written, oral, electronic, disclosed by or on behalf of the disclosing party. I don't even know what the hell this means.
Who's listed as the disclosing parties?
If this is code, what code for dumbass? What code is it? Oh, it's code for I ate lead paint chips as a baby. What code is it? Somebody fill me in on the code. I don't know what the code is. I need to get me one of those decoder rings for this shit, I guess. Okay. Put it on short bus.
Okay. Is it meaning like this is like sensitive data?
Okay, you watch her. She's not dumb, so you're not buying her story. Okay.
Sebastian, Wayne, Drake Rogers, Seth, Tony, Dwayne, Nick, and any
She's always
individuals or
confused.
entities affiliated with At Night LLC, collectively affiliated. I don't even know what the hell this means.
So
Okay.
basically, the plaintiffs that are
Betty's
suing
lawyer's
Granny
last
Barbecue
name is
sounds like
Zell.
what you just listed off.
And then what's the next one I'm supposed to look for?
There should be a paragraph like that states the narrative of the purpose of it, what you cannot disclose.
Okay.
Okay.
I
The
got you.
receiving party shall maintain the strictest confidential or non-confidential information.
So the lawyer's last name has Zell in it. I got you. I got you. So she's talking about the lawyer. She had to sign something for Zell, which have been Betty's lawyer. That they were following Betty. Okay, that makes a little more sense. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Without limitation as to time or geography. What the fuck? The receiving party shall never disclose, distribute, publish, or otherwise communicate any confidential information to any third party by any means, directly or indirectly, except or expressly authorized in writing by the. This is crazy. Disclosing party. The obligation shall survive indefinitely, even after the termination of this agreement or any relationship between the parties.
Okay, she's going full razzle dazzle, says the caffeinated Duchess. WrestleMania. Okay, WrestleMania.
Parties. I have no relationship with you all. None. Because if you go to a certain place, I didn't sign all this shit.
So my
Is there
understanding is
another line?
they must think you have. I haven't seen it, so I don't know what you signed, but it sounds like they think you have confidential information and they are asking you not to disclose confidential information that you possibly have or know firsthand from your conversations. That's what I'm kind of gathering, but I can't really tell. What date did you sign this?
They cannot be indefinite.
Usually they have a start and end date. What was the date that you were sent this?
Hold on.
Yeah. This is why you don't get into bed with people, because then you don't have to worry about stuff like this happening. Right? When you start trying to build alliances like you're on a game of Survivor, crazy stuff happens, right? You don't sell your soul to the devil. I ain't signing shit. All right? Just ain't doing it. Nothing.
This states 1 October 2024.
October 1st.
But
a little bit. A little bit. PJ said I got to be nice. Okay. She said I have to be nice to people. People get feelings hurt, right? And that this lady ain't done nothing to me. I don't know. I'm just listening to her. Some of the things she says don't make a whole lot of sense. So it is what it is,
Not really.
So this was right before the injunction was filed, or whatever that was.
Yep, that was released on the 18th, but as of October 10th, they said that they had a plan because Betty was going to court. Yeah. October 3rd is when they sent out, or in the exhibits is that preservation notice with it being switched to Barbecue and Granny.
See, what I don't like is when people take part in suing YouTubers. Shouldn't do it. Right? Don't like everybody up here talks shit. So why sue him? Right? That's when I think he went a little too far with it. You gotten butt hurt, and now you want to sue everybody. That's when it's gone too far. So all these people that were signing that lawsuit against other YouTubers, I don't even know Barbecue Lady or what's the other lady that was in it? Granny's Watching. I don't know either one of them, but I know they ain't done nothing no different than anybody else has done. Maybe, I don't know. I don't watch it. Maybe they did do some shit. I don't know. But I still don't want to see nobody get sued over just somebody being butthurt. Okay.
This is a lot of weird, dumb shit that if anybody's seen this on 09/30/2024, it's not signed.
That fits the time frame I figured it would be in.
She didn't sign the lawsuit.
So
Okay.
if you weren't close to Betty, then why would
Well,
I just don't understand why she would come and see if you would sign a thing saying that she was followed. I'm still
Because at some point they were close. She's on the team. They may not be close, but they're on the same team. That's what I'm saying. At some point they considered her green team. So at some point Terri Lynn was considered green team. So she was suspected to help the green team.
still confused by that.
Betty didn't come to me.
Somebody else did. But see, what I'm saying is, why are you having a hard time answering these if that NDA don't mean jack and dick? What's the problem answering questions?
Hey, net detective, I don't try to hurt anybody's feelings. Sometimes people don't like what I say, but it ain't nothing personal against anybody. And a lot of times I'm just joking and playing. But we're just trying to get to the bottom of this because it don't make no sense. Like I said, nothing personal against Terri Lynn. I don't know Terri Lynn like that. What she's saying to me just don't make sense. I mean, maybe somebody can make some sense of it, but you sign a paper, you don't have no clue to what you sign. Teaming up with some people that you apparently say you ain't teaming up with. It don't make sense.
You know what I mean?
Because this is a lot of shit that I'm reading here. I'm supposedly a subcontractor.
With who?
Ooh.
Okay. I'm glad you said that. So, you know, as for years, I worked as a subcontractor. Keyword worked. It becomes a job. That means you get paid. Right? I ain't never subcontracted anybody for anything that I haven't got paid for. So were they going to pay you? She says she's a subcontractor. That means they would 1099 you, pay you. You pay your own taxes. Subcontract. Oh my God, TL, you better pay your taxes. That's what I'm saying. Is when you're a subcontractor, you pay your own taxes. Are they being paid? That's what it made it sound like. Right? Like they're going to pay you. Huh. I'm tired, boss. Later. All right, take it easy.
Yeah, these are a bunch of fucking fuck-ass rumors that have been spreading around. So it's a good thing you're putting this, a stop to them, because now we can try to help.
Is she though, Dare Queen? Is she putting a stop to it? Or is she creating more rumors? Think about it. I know you driving the short bus over there, right? Right. You driving it. But think about it. Is she clearing up rumors? Or is she creating more rumors? I would say I don't think she's cleared anything up. And I've been listening to her for 2 hours, and I don't think she's cleared anything up. If anything, she's brought more questions to me than I had before I started this. She just said she's a subcontractor. She signed paperwork. She didn't know what it said. Like, get the hell out of here, right? How do they believe this, right? Now listen, Terri Lynn, maybe it's the way you're explaining it. Maybe it ain't as bad as I think it is, but it don't sound right. I'm lost somewhere in the sauce, or I'm missing something. I'm missing a piece of this puzzle because something just don't make sense. Something smells. I don't know what it is.
Help combat that a little bit, you know.
So they're trying. Are they trying to say, Queen? Did you just gather that too? Being a subcontractor.
I'm not. I don't
No.
work. I've never been paid by these people a damn dime.
Okay.
I get that, but in that.
Well, I'm glad she said that because the way you said it made it sound like you were being paid. Okay. So I'm glad she did clear that up, that she hasn't got a penny from these people. But were you supposed to be paid? Just because you didn't get nothing don't mean you didn't make a deal to get something. Hope you clear that up.
Document that you signed, you are basically confirming, in my opinion, I haven't read it yet, but if you signed that and it says that you are a subcontractor, they're basically saying that you are a subcontractor for At Night, Seth, and all of the people that are listed on that, correct? Is anybody gathering that?
Yeah, that's kind of what it sounds like.
Yeah. Is it?
My email is real easy. Jimmy, Jimmy, Jams, JAMZ, like Zorro, 757 at gmail.com. Jimmy Jams 757 at gmail.com. One of my mods could put it in there for you. All right, into the chat.
Isn't that like just one of the pages that's in the injunction too, where they were saying that someone else was a subcontractor? Isn't there a paper that is similar to that or that states that in the filing?
I don't know about that. It might. It very well might. We need to go pull that shit up and look at it. But.
And it's interesting the time frame of this because Terri Lynn goes on panel 9/18 at BJ's. She says that she'll be signing that on Betty's behalf. Then there's a court date with Betty that goes wrong. October 10th, they come out and state that they have a plan. October 18th, they come out and drop this injunction and these filings in Pennsylvania against Barbecue and Granny. It's very interesting to me that the statement was made earlier too, that they wanted to control channels. If you take it back, I know T-Rev's a liar, but T-Rev 757 went on panel with BJ and stated how they wanted to control his channel. And he was like, hell no, they wanted to control the flow of information going in and going out. I think that everybody, they wanted to do the same thing. And that's probably why they have listed them as subcontractors in these documents and got them to sign. So they do have.
Subcontractor means you work for somebody. That means they're your boss. That's it. She signed it. Why? I don't know. But I know that's what it means. If you're a subcontractor, that means you're working under their umbrella. And she's acting like she don't know, but she had to have known. Like she sounds like she can read. We just heard her read it. I don't know. I don't know, Terri Lynn. I mean, you might have to do a little better explaining. I mean, I don't know. It just really don't make a whole lot of sense to me. Like you took it to a lawyer after the fact, but you didn't take it to a lawyer before you signed it. A little strange. I don't know. Are they paying people or are they not paying people? Did they promise you something? I mean, I don't know. I wasn't there. I didn't sign it, so it's hard to say.
Have some sort of control over. That's interesting. I would really, really like to see the full NDA if you ever do share it, because I think there's a lot in there that you might be overlooking here that are huge for the defendants in this lawsuit.
So do they own part of your channel then, Terri Lynn?
Hell no. I started. That's what. No, I gave nothing. No.
Did you hold on,
Okay.
Terri? Did you already send the NDA over? I'll go look at it now real quick if you did.
No, I haven't at all.
Okay. I just didn't know if you already.
When you said that like she was a lawyer, I'll look it over again. I got you. I got you. I got, now she sounds like Betty. I got the Black Law Dictionary. I don't know. Make this shit make sense. Make it make sense, guys. Who knows? All right. That's why I don't deal with bad people. All right. Like, you don't deal with any of them. You don't have to worry about none of this shit right here happening.
I'm not trying to upset you, Terri Lynn. I'm just asking questions that I'm reading in the chat.
Do you know if they asked Pascal to sign one, and is that maybe why he left?
I'd have no idea, because the last I seen of him,
I think Pascal knew something was up. After that very first vigil, Pascal was all about it, went down there, everything. And then when he came back, he was like, nope. I think he's seen there was some effery going on. Right? And T-Red bought the hot dogs. He would DoorDash them these days. Right? But he bought hot dogs, okay? The Oscar Mayer, and they're like $3 a pack, dude. You know, Oscar Mayers ain't cheap, especially if you get the one with the cheese in it. That'll set you back, okay? That'll set you back.
was when we were at that Red Robin.
Oh, okay.
With all due respect, I keep saying that. Oh, good barbecue lady. I keep saying or seeing people say that she's probably afraid. Can you imagine having these people in your backyard go into the media and saying if a child isn't found, you have blood on your hands, and this organization is right in your backyard?
Now, I don't know if you get in bed with people like you lay down with dogs, you get fleas. You heard PJ say that earlier. That's true, right? Especially if you got a dirty ass dog. You got a clean dog that takes, uses advantage. Your dog don't have fleas. You'd be good. You can lay in the bed with it. But if you got a dirty dog and you lay down, you may get some fleas. Yeah, I agree with this comment right here. He wasn't on that F Paladuki. Okay. He seen something. That's what I said. I'd like to talk to Pascal. And I met Pascal in Tennessee. He seemed like a really nice guy, a genuine guy too. Big as shit. It's a big man. Okay. But he seemed like a legit nice guy, right? He was having a good old time at CrimeCon. So I mean, I don't know. Something happened where he jumped ship. Like, cause he was all about the case, and then he was gone just as quick as he got in it. So something set off some red flags to him, and only he knows that. Maybe one day next time I see him, maybe at CrimeCon this year, I'll pull him to the side and be like, "Hey, Pascal, what went on with you, man?" I won't say nothing. I promise. Give you my word. Scout's honor, right? But I'll have my fingers crossed behind my back, and see what he says. Who is taller, Pascal or Vinny? Pascal is way taller than Vinny. Vinny, he's ain't like super tall, but he's taller than me. But Pascal is like, he could be in the fucking NBA. Okay, he's a big dude.
With all due respect, she inserted herself as a character in this. So although yes, this is a agency that I agree could potentially be very dangerous, but Terri Lynn inserted herself, and if she signed this, she said she already took it to an attorney to read.
Well, she's a paralegal,
sign an NDA.
and she told me not to sign anything else.
Well,
And
Well, yeah, he did introduce Tony to Seth. Okay. So we got to remember that too. Maybe when he introduced him, he realized maybe I made a mistake. I don't know. But we do got to hold Pascal responsible for the Tony thing too. We can't forget that. And maybe he didn't know Tony was a fucking what he was. Maybe he didn't know. I don't know. I don't know why Pascal. I mean, only that man knows why he did what he did. But I mean, that's a good question, because that's how I think he met Tony. Steph was through Pascal.
I'm scared I'm not scared, but I am interested, because it sounds like that's bullshit. Whatever you did sign won't hold water. But the purpose of this is interesting, and it seems to me that you are intentionally overlooking.
It's not 402, it's 1202. Okay. It's 1202 because that was the timestamp in the video I was watching. It was 1202. And I cannot believe it flooded everybody. It stuck with everybody. Everybody was calling him 1202. Oh my God. That just shows you people listen to Dolly, right? That shows how many people listen, because the next day he was known as 1202. Still to this day, people call him 1202.
The paragraphs where it says exactly what you are not to disclose.
No, I've just sat here and told you. You're not hearing me. I went through it. I'll go back.
There's nothing specific listed. It just says you're not to disclose videos, confidential information. What do you know?
I don't know.
Were you sent the CPS records?
No. The only thing I had known and that was sent to me was, and I shouldn't, I'm like, do I even be able to say names now? Was allegedly, supposedly, what was taken from his phone and at Seth's phone by Wreck-It Rhonda and was given to Julia. And that's all I know about right there.
One other question before I hop down. Thank you for answering the things that you have. Did at night?
Didn't she say that 10 questions ago? Just one more question. One more question. I got one more question. Oh, by the way, I'm just going to hit you with one more question. 37 questions later.
Tony or Seth or anybody affiliated with them ever ask you to disclose people, creators, private information to them? I know Julia had sent you mine and Granny's doxes.
It wasn't. I can show. I've shown it. I don't know what her fixation was, and I don't. But he never asked me, and Tony didn't either. Timu Tony.
Okay, thank you. I'll hop down now.
You're welcome.
Bye, nonsense.
Popping up.
Bye, Queen Bee. Bye, Cheesy.
It just says it right here, confidential information, and that's the names I've read out. I don't know what the hell that means.
I mean, there's people that watch them on a serious note who actually watch it. I only watch it when it's something valuable to what I'm discussing, right? I don't usually do a lot of the drama these days, back and forth with channels or anything like that. But if they have something up there that deals with a case that I'm covering or information that may be vital to what, I will listen to it. It ain't like I go listen to them every day. And it's very rare that I play it, but I just didn't get, sometimes you need input from the audience to know exactly what's going on. Maybe there's something I'm missing or something like that, because it really don't make sense. She said she signed the paper out of distress because, of threats. But in the beginning, there wasn't no threats. It sounded like you was cool with everybody, TikTok, Tony and Betty and everybody. And then something happened and you wasn't cool anymore. Like they kicked you out the cool kid club or something. I don't know. I may be wrong. I'm not sure. Like I said, because I don't know this lady. I don't actually know. So, but that's what it sounds like to me, right? Just my opinion. I'm not quite sure.
The receiving party shall maintain the strictest confidentiality regarding all confidential information without limitation as to time of geography. The receiving party shall never disclose, distribute, publish, or otherwise communicate any confidential information to any third party by any means, directly or indirectly, except as expressed, authorized, and written by the disclosing party.
So what? I don't know if you answered this already, but why did you sign this? I mean, if you never read it or didn't understand it, why would you sign it? Was there a reason that you signed it? Did they tell you?
Because at that time, it was being stated that planted pants, right? And I allegedly found these planted plants that I never found planted pants. Why would I plant pants to find?
Well, so on the planted pants, however you're saying it, the day that you found those or the pictures or anything like that, did Seth tell you or anyone else tell you where to search that day?
No, but Seth was in North Carolina, as I was told, with Wreck-It Rhonda.
From my understanding, Wreck-It Rhonda, somebody said, I ain't for sure if it was T-Rev's girl or Trev's girl. May have been Trev's girl as Wreck-It Rhonda. I'm not for sure. Anybody know? Anybody know in the chat? That's Michaela. Okay, that's what I was thinking. When PJ was telling me, she said Trev, like Trev time. But I was thinking, oh, does Trev time even got a girlfriend? It's Michaela. Okay, that's what I thought too.
Okay, I mean that's the only thing I could think of.
Thank you,
Confidential
guys.
searches, thinking maybe like somebody told you where to search that day, and then bam, this stuff popped up or something.
Yes, you search first.
So hold on, I have a quick question. Who put you in contact with Nina?
That was Trevor Lee.
Okay, but he's saying he didn't.
Trevor Lee, yes, he asked if he could also use the phone call. Absolutely.
Okay. Well, he sent a message
And
saying
there was also another person that he was affiliated with. Her name was Alicia. Absolutely.
Well, allegedly you were texting Maggie, and he told Maggie not to give anybody any information or Nina to anybody.
Hold on, I'll hold on.
I don't know. I'm just asking you because these are questions and things that I was getting. So I just wanted to confirm while we had it.
I have nothing to lie about. He asked me if he could use that. That is correct. Why would he ask me?
Hey, Nicole, how are you?
Good. Hey, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
No, I didn't find glasses. That was Perry. That was Perry and another searcher. I never found glasses with the.
Hey, Terri Lynn, I'm first, thanks for answering questions. I know that Queen appreciates you, and so do I. I think maybe I might have a lot of the same question a lot of people do. I'm going to put this just really easy to go. Did you sign that paper because they said they could protect you from people saying you put the pants there?
That sounds correct. More like
That sounds correct. See, I don't know who this girl is that just jumped up there, but you're planting information into her head. You're giving her an out that she didn't have before. That, oh, well, yeah, they said they'll protect me. Right? It sounds like they didn't want you to discuss it. To me.
Like at night was like, hey, if you sign this with us, then we'll back you up and all these rumors will stop and we'll protect you.
Yeah, but I have a different feeling now. I don't feel that way.
No, but I mean, at that time, is that one of the things that helped you sign, thinking they were going to be your protector?
Stop. The shit would stop. But
and you thought they would do that?
It's kind of like it stopped.
It stopped one side of it. It stopped that. They're right. Stop that night for a minute. Okay, that's what I thought.
It stopped people from wanting to search.
Right.
Right. And then I had people that were telling me, I had this one saying, go to this place. Another person, go to this place.
Right. And then a night comes in and says, hey, we can help you. We'll protect you. And this is what you need to do. And we got your back. And then along with that, you need to have Betty's back too and help her by signing that she had somebody followed. I mean, it makes sense.
And I mean, well, we're supposed to have put out her GoFundMe or whatever. I'm not sorry, didn't do it. No.
They were supposed to put out her GoFundMe. How the plot thickens. How the plot thickens.
Not sorry.
Yeah, you were supposed to, like everybody else was. Okay, that's it. I don't want to bug you. I appreciate you answering. That's just what I was getting from you. So I just wanted to get it out there and see that's what anybody else was thinking. So I appreciate Queen for letting me up, and Terri Lynn again. Thank you. And
so she just came up and pushed a narrative and left. That's what that girl just did. She came up and said, "Is this why you did it?" And gave her an out and did, okay, all right, later. Like, grown people shouldn't have other grown people speaking for them. Right? What was she? She's like TikTok Tony. But Terri Lynn's version. Oh my God. Oh my God.
I hope all goes well for you. I really hope things get better. Thanks, guys.
Thanks. And no, I've never planted
Have a good day.
pants, DJ. That'd be like me saying you planted pants. If you want to look at it like that, that would be like me saying you planted those things. That's like, I mean, why would I have to go dark for 2 weeks?
You were told to go dark for 2 weeks?
I said what I said, and I can prove it.
Oh, no, honey, I don't.
No, it's just they want to say that I've done all this shit. And I'm like, y'all can say whatever. I know the work that I put in.
And I don't think.
I mean, she thickened the plot every couple minutes. She was told to go dark for 2 weeks. Why would they want you to go dark and be quiet for 2 weeks? It sounds like a bunch of grown ass people controlling other grown people. What about the email you got? What email did I get? I never got an email. Refreshing my memory. Did I get an email?
I think anybody's doubting you on your work that you've put in.
So they told you to go dark, and then it was also said or a stipulation that you had to share Betty's GoFundMe.
Hold up here. Because you got one of them in here right now. Mm-hmm.
Oh, really?
Hold on. Yes, you do. Nicole G.
Nicole G. Grab the link, Nicole G.
Mm-hmm.
Who is it? Who's Nicole G?
Who
is she?
I have no clue who the hell Nicole G is.
Because I said, great job, Nicole.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that was the Nicole that was just up here on panel.
I said that in Nicole G.
Okay.
That's the one from Twitter.
The one that was just up here on panel?
CJ, I don't need you to trust a damn thing I say. What do I have to lie about? Hell, they're recording it right now. I know that for a fact. Period.
Did they ask you to be in the injunction in Pennsylvania?
That's a good question.
Did I? What now? What did you say?
No, I just asked if they asked you to be in the injunction in Pennsylvania.
No, they were supposed to be going all through the states. Vivian, I can be a weirdo if you want me to be. I don't care. I've had my channel for a long time. I don't care what people think about me.
So she knew they were going to sue everybody in all the
several
states.
If well, hell, you can't look at it. I've deleted nothing. All of my shit is there. Nothing is deleted.
Will you put any of those interviews that you had with Seth back up? Like on public?
Yeah, the reason I took them down is because why would I want to be making this one money, that one money, and then when somebody tells me they're going to teach me some etiquette because they want that, hell no. I don't owe her anything.
Right.
How having your videos up making somebody else money? I don't understand what's going on here. That don't make sense. It's like saying my videos are making somebody else. My videos make me money. How could your videos make somebody else money? That don't make no sense right there.
Irish, I don't know. It's weird, but it seems like they don't want anybody actually searching for him.
It does seem like that. B Thug coming in
how I
said, "Why
feel.
did you delete or private your interview with Seth about?"
I privated a
Okay, what we're listening to, if you're just coming in, is we're listening to Queen Bee's stream. Okay, she had Terri Lynn up there, and Terri Lynn was talking about the non-disclosure agreement she signed, but apparently she didn't read and didn't know what it was about. And I don't know, it's a lot of confusion. Like it, I don't know. Sounds like a bunch of slow kids to me. None of it makes sense. Right? None of it makes sense. And then you got people putting information into her head, and then you got her kind of walking around circles around questions and very vague, and like maybe she knows more and she ain't saying it, or she's trying to be careful what she says. I mean, I don't know. All I know is that it don't make sense. It don't make sense what she's saying. And I'm like, eh. But I'm thinking, okay, well, maybe she'll say something that makes it make sense. But so far, she hasn't. So, and I don't really know Terri Lynn, so I don't know what she's doing. I don't, is she not bright enough to read what they sent her? Why would she sign it? It seems like she was a bigger part of their team than she's making it out to be, is what it seems like to me. And she's trying to downplay it like, oh, but she knew that they were going to sue people in every state. So you were in these conversations with them. It sounds like. Now, I'm not positive, but that's just what it sounds like to me. I could be wrong, and she could just be a victim of dealing with idiots. I don't know, but this is why you don't do that type of stuff. I mean, hopefully she's learned her lesson from messing with the wrong people. Sometimes you got to get burnt. Sometimes some people, they got to touch the stove to understand that it's hot. And maybe she's one of those people. I don't know her, so I can't be for certain. But it seemed like she was doing a good job out there. She should have never got involved with these people. I mean, that's where she, I think, made her first mistake.
a lot of those things because of certain creators, not you.
Right.
And I've got where they were begging for these things. Forget it. Of course it has. Because I'll put my shit up, like Queen said, I'll put mine side by side all day long.
Who sent you that email? What email? I don't know what email you're talking about. Late to the game. I don't know what email you're talking about. I get fucking 20,000 emails a day. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if you're talking about me getting email. I'm not quite sure what you're saying.
I think it's so wild to me that they wanted Betty's GoFundMe shared. So it was almost like they're promoting. Right, but it's like they're almost promoting like her stalking and harassing of the Proudfoots and Bowersops.
They are. That's what they wanted Betty for. Let's don't forget what Betty is. I said it in the beginning. Would everybody think I was lying? That they winding this lady up like a toy soldier and they're going to let her go because they're scared to say that stuff. But Betty's not. Right? Look at Seth. He cowered when Chris got in his face. Coward. You've seen the pictures. He was scared to say these things. You got to rile Seth up to get him to say anything. To me, Seth is a gentle giant. He ain't the Braveheart with the war braids in his hair. He's soft, man. Just because you big don't make you tough. And that's what I never got. I was like, why does Seth let Chris push him around? And Seth is such a big man. But heart is why. Some people have heart, and they'll fight you to the death, no matter how small they are. And some big dudes, they ain't never been in a fight because they big. So people usually don't mess with them. But then they be all soft and they can't fight. So I think it's something like that. Me, myself.
There's two people that know that answer Irish. And as I said, until something happens, there's nothing.
Usually I'm pretty honest. Okay. And I haven't said any bad things about Terri Lynn tonight. Just all I've said is what she's saying don't make sense. And I don't know why that is. Okay. Nothing personally against, like I said, I make it clear I don't know Terri Lynn like that. So I don't know if she's being truthful, if she's lying, if she's not as bright as, you know, she's making it out to be. Is she playing dumb, or does she really not read the letter? I mean, I don't know. I mean, that's them all things Terri Lynn would have to clear up out there. I think, I don't know what was done. I don't really know what was said. I just know by listening to it, it don't make a whole lot of sense. But maybe, you know, she'll clear it up, and if she clears it up, we'll check out a little bit of it, of what is going on.
I can do.
I mean, I hope everybody knows the things I say are truthful. I don't come up here and just to be mean to people or bully people or any of that. I just call out nonsense. Like, you know, in the beginning, they said that I was talking about Seth being in the truck for 2 hours, and I never did that. I just think they mistaken me with maybe somebody else that was maybe T-Rev or Monkey Boy or somebody, but it damn sure won't me. That's why it says why, you know, Dolly didn't do that. So hopefully they'll correct that little error that they made and blaming me for something I ain't do. But I just think I ain't mad at them. I just think they're making a mistake. Trust me, I remember the things I talk about, right? And I really haven't been talking totally a lot about the case itself. The only thing I've been talking about is the misinformation in the case. I really ain't even been talking about the case that much. Just the people that have been spreading misinformation. But I never trusted any of these people. So to hear these things coming out from Terri Lynn, it just shows you that they wasn't trustworthy. And it just goes into what I've been saying, that these people are not good people, right? And it's just another way for me to show you, hey, look what happened to her. It's nothing personal against her. I'm just using her as an example. As in, I told you these people wasn't good people. Their whole crew. Like, it's just, that's one of the problems I have with Seth. And people think I pick on Seth, and it's not. It's just I cannot believe the people that are around him. Am I suspicious of Seth? No, I don't think Seth had anything to do with the unaliving or the disappearance of his kid. Okay, I don't. Is he going to win Person of the Year anytime soon? I don't think so. He, you know, I felt sorry for him, and I thought it was like because they leached onto him, but it seems like he wants these people around. He has to understand. I don't think Seth's stupid. I've sat here and held conversations with Seth. I don't think he's stupid. I think he knows who he's lying in bed with. And that's made me lose a lot of respect for him. You know, nothing personal against any. I don't hate any of these people. None of them. It's just like I said, sometimes I don't like their behavior or I don't like their actions. That's it. I don't go to bed with ill will or hate in my heart for any of these people. Like I said, personally, I don't know them. Have I spoke with people? Yeah, I've spoke with them, but I don't. Just because you talk to somebody don't mean you know them. You know, so I don't know what his motivations are for why he does what he does. It boggles my mind, right? I try to figure it out just like everybody else. I'm like, I don't know, unless you just are cool with being around bad people. Like, and that's what I'm convinced of now. That's what I think. I'm just like, well, he knows he got to know these people are bad, but he don't care. Not that he has anything to do with his son. It's is comfortable being around bad people. Make it make sense.
I'm
So can
hoping
you
that JR, I'm hopeful that he is in one of those homes.
so can you bring this to law enforcement?
Absolutely.
I mean, I'm just wondering if you should, because this is crazy stuff.
Have you talked to the
And I'm getting
DA at
all
all
this.
in regards to like Betty's stalking and harassing and what they wanted you to sign and then the GoFundMe and all that? Have you talked to the DA about
Did
any of
y'all
that?
read that right?
Oh, okay.
I
Because
did
I
what
was wondering what. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I'm telling y'all right there. And that was here in Sumner. And I'm going to protect my fucking child. I don't give a damn.
Why did I take down the videos of Seth? It didn't. It's up. The video of Seth, interview I did with Seth, it's up. You can go watch it right now. It's not down. Every now and then I take videos down to clear my page up. So like I say, I got a million videos of Sebastian Rogers. I don't want people to come to my channel when they click on my homepage, all they see is Sebastian Rogers. Then I might as well name it fucking Sebastian Rogers Vision. So I try to mix it up where there's a little bit of everything for people to watch. So I've taken down hundreds of videos of just different things. So, but the interview of me and Seth is still up. You can go watch it right now. Because of the threats of CD, well, you got a fund now. No, they never. No, I mean, even after that, Nick's coming here. No, it ain't nothing to do with that. If that was the case, I wouldn't be talking about it right now. What makes you think anything's different from then to today? Like, when they sent cease and desist letters out, they never sent me one. I never got nothing in the mail from anybody saying, hey, I can't talk about anything. And I just look at it like they've turned this into a big old shit show, and hopefully they'll do better. That's the thing of this is like, listen, there's still time to change it up and to bring this boy home, or try to anyway. I mean, right now it's not looking so good, but hopefully both sides in this case do better. To do something to actually get this boy in home. Fighting with YouTube creators and going back and forth with people ain't bringing Sebastian home. That's the bad thing about it. If fighting was going to bring him home, he'd have been home, because there's been a lot of people going back and forth and arguing and fighting, and I just you align yourself with bad people and expect good results. I just don't see it happening. I pray to God I'm wrong and Sebastian is found, and and hopefully he's found alive. I truly don't think, my honest opinion is I don't think Sebastian's alive anymore. It's 14 months. Nobody's seen him. Nobody heard nothing from him. He would have, he's high profiled. Somebody would have seen him. Somebody would have called him, and nothing. So to me, it just sounds like something bad has happened to the kid. I don't know if that's through foul play, or he wandered off and got hurt, or what. I just know it's something bad. And if it wasn't, I wouldn't be talking about it. Let me tell you this. Dolly don't cover runaway kids. I don't. Occasionally, maybe, every blue moon, maybe I do. But for the most part, It has to be team foul play, or I don't cover it. Something bad has happened, or I don't talk about it. Them are just the cases that interest me, the ones that are mysteries, and I believe that something is wrong. Right? If it's just a teenager that runs away, you call a PI, call SF Investigates, and get him to look. Right? That's when you hire a PI. When something is bad, that's when Dolly covers it. That's why I always meet people when it's the worst of the worst, because I only cover the worst cases and they're the worst scenarios. Like, if I thought Sebastian was a runaway, I wouldn't be talking about Sebastian right now. I know that sucks to hear, right? But I wouldn't, because I would think he's just a teenager that ran away. They'll figure it out. He'll come home. The reason I'm talking about Sebastian is because I don't believe he's coming home. Not without some help. And that's why I cover the case. And that's why I've been trying to keep it alive. My whole thing is this, is like, I want to see people searching. You know? I don't care if it's on Seth's side. Like I said, I don't hate none of these people. I just want to see them do better. Get out there and search. Chris and Katie, get out there and search. Or do everything you can to try to bring these answers. Right now, I just don't feel like that's being done. That upsets me, of course. I'm sure it upsets a lot of you guys out there that's watching this too. You know, look, you know the definition of insanity. I say it all the time. Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. Whatever they've done for the last 14 months hasn't worked. Whatever Chris and Katie's done for the last 14 months hasn't worked. So at some point, if you don't change it up, it's never going to work. It's just the same thing over and over and over again. So something has to change. I don't how we do that. I don't know. I'm hoping that the left side changes their ways and does things different. And I'm hoping Chris and Katie changes their ways and they do something different. It seems a little more like Chris and Katie have been changing it up lately, because they did do TV interviews. They did do the America's Most Wanted, and that is better than what they were doing before, right? And Chris says he will search with people if people go down there, which is, I think, is good. Right? I think, you know, I wish they would have done this in the very beginning, right? Honestly, but they didn't. And you can't change the past, right? But moving forward, something has to change to try to get this boy home. And let's just pray that that change happens and there's finally a clue or anything breaks in this case. I mean, we basically need a miracle, guys. All right, so we got to pray for that miracle that it happens. I hope it happens. Listen, I live in reality. I hate, you know, much as I hate to say these things, it's I pray like everybody else, but I ain't stupid. You know, what do we do?
Y'all can say whatever you want to say about me. I'm going to protect my daughter. They talk about my daughter. When you threaten my fucking child, we got a problem.
Right. That's what any mama bear would do.
And my daughter doesn't drive. She's never had the inclination to want a freaking license. So that's a whole lie. That was a big lie.
So protecting your daughter, is that what you're meaning by until something happens, they can't do anything? What did you mean by that?
Mm-hmm.
When you said until something happens, nothing can be done. What does that mean?
Exactly what they said.
Do you mean like until like they actually do something to your daughter, or because I mean that's pretty wild.
Okay.
I'd be going to law enforcement with this in a hell of a hurry.
Until something happens, unless harm is done. Does that make sense?
Okay.
So they can't act just on threats. Like harm actually has to happen before they can protect your child.
No, threats are illegal no matter where you're at. in the United States. You cannot threaten a person. You can't threaten them by the phone. You can't threaten them over the internet. You cannot threaten people. That is a crime. Like, even in Virginia, this is crazy. This is one that took me a minute to wrap my head around. Say I get in your face and you think I'm going to hit you. I never touch you, but I make you think I'm going to hit you, or you think I'm going to hit you. That is assault. That is against the law. You go to jail here in Virginia for that. If you think I'm going to hit you, I will get arrested. If I hit you, it's assault and battery. If I never touch you, it's assault. To me, that makes no sense. That you can go to jail for I didn't touch you, right? But you thought I was going to touch you. So say somebody gets in your face and they flinch at you or jump at you, like, what, bitch, or something, like that. That's assault. You don't even got to hit them. You ain't even got to touch them. You just got to make them, intimidate them. That's it. That is assault. Now, if you do that and you hit them, it's assault and battery. You draw blood, it's malicious wounding. So you can't threaten people. You can't threaten them over the phone. You can't threaten them over the internet. You can't do that. You can go down there and take charges out on somebody, as long as you can prove the threats. That's it. Right? They don't wait for you to hurt somebody and then arrest you. No, they'll get you on the threats. Okay? I mean, look at Betty. She didn't hit nobody. And they found her, protective orders against her. I mean, you can go take protective. If somebody threatens you, you can go take a protective order on them. At least an emergency protective order for, 72 hours? I mean, they do that because of domestic violence and things like that. To make sure you don't kill your wife or the wife don't kill the husband. And they give them to you all the time. Like the first 3 days is automatic. They don't even go in front of a judge. They grant that. And then when you go to court, they extend the protective order. And then Betty didn't show up. That's why they granted the protective order. Then she tried to appeal it. You see what I'm saying? Because you have 10 days to appeal. And I guess she's going through the appeal process on that. But you don't have to wait for somebody to hurt you to have them arrested or bring legal action against them. So I just thought to throw that out there for anybody that may be in a similar situation.
Seems like they would want to do something before.
Especially with these people's history. Like one being on parole and, has a long history of making threats.
And one being out on a $20,000 bond right now.
Correct.
From that same area that all of this seems to be.
Yeah, but they're not saying Betty's made the threats. She didn't say that. She didn't say who threatened her. She just said she gotten threats from her daughter. Now, she didn't say it here, but maybe she said something behind the scenes. But I don't think Betty's the one threatening Terri Lynn. I mean, I could be wrong.
Be taking place then, And then that just makes me curious, like, who else did they try to contact?
I mean, here in Virginia, they will arrest you for a threat over the phone or over the internet. You're getting arrested. It ain't no take an order out on you. They will arrest you. It is a crime to use the internet or any kind of communication to threaten somebody. I mean, I know that's the law here in Virginia. Like, say right now, you were in Virginia and you called me and said, hey, I'm coming over there and punch you in the mouth. You're going to jail. I mean, if I went to the magistrate, because we have sitting judges that sit 24 hours a day, right? They're called magistrates. So that magistrate, I walk in, I tell them, hey, you called me up. I'm in fear for my life. You said you was going to come punch me in the mouth. And I'm trying to keep my teeth. They will take a charge out on you. They will send the police right to your fucking house and arrest your ass. They'll bring you down there. They'll give you a bond because it's a minor crime, right? It ain't nothing major. And they'll be like, here's your bond. Here's a no contact order. If you contact this person, you break this order and you'll go back to jail. So, yeah, you can't threaten people. We take threats seriously here. I mean, state to state, it may be a little bit different, but I wouldn't test it. I mean, because you got to remember, it's all these people that killed their loved ones. It's a serious situation. And like even in Virginia, if you grab, I think this might even be across the board. If you grab somebody by the throat, it's a felony. Okay. You can punch somebody in the mouth, it's a misdemeanor. You grab them by the neck, yeah, you got to choke them. Grab them by the neck, it's a felony.
Hector reach out to sign some fake paper saying that Betty was being stalked and harassed. Like, that's wild to me.
Look how quiet it is. Like, okay, that's about all I can take of that. Okay. So what did we learn from that? Don't dance with the devil. Okay. Don't get in bed with the wrong people. Just to make a long story, we listened to hours of that to get to that. I mean, it didn't make any sense. Right. She should have stayed away from these people and not been involved in it and continued the search, because what did it do? Now she's not searching. You got just a couple YouTubers that are searching, and everybody that has did any type of searching for Sebastian is basically went through some type of bullshit. Okay. Now, I don't believe the threats to be real. If you go down there and search for Sebastian, something's going to happen to you. I've been down there multiple times. Ain't nothing happened to me, right? The only people that, like I said, that threatened me were the Raging Cajuns in the very beginning, and they were assholes, and they wasn't there for the right reasons. But they got ran out of town, okay? Their clown show got shut down, and they skipped town on the kid. That's how much they cared. Why didn't they ever come back? Yeah, they cared so much, but they're gone and never came back. Didn't even look back. So it just shows you they were frauds. And hopefully, you know, these families, if they can work it out, you know, Chris and Katie and Seth and all come together and put public searches together. Right? Don't believe every email you get without checking it out. Yeah, I don't believe everything everybody says. I don't. Because like I said, people have said crazy shit about me searching for Summer. They're going to do this to me. They're going to do that for me, to me. And ain't none of that ever happened. Okay. I snatch in the woods and all kinds of weirdo shit. But you can't let trolls stop the hunt for a missing child. People troll on the internet. It could be anybody. It could be a fat dude in his basement saying, yeah, I'm going to get you. So we stop all searches because of that? No. I think, you know, hopefully things change and people get out there and search for this kid and don't give up. You're not going to find something you're not looking for. I think the internet does help spread awareness, but we've been doing that for 14 months and it hasn't brought them home. So I say go back to what the fundamentals of searching and passing out flyers and spreading the word as much as you can, boots on the ground. We love you, Dolly. That's why we're here. Well, thank you, guys. That's awesome of you. And I appreciate y'all being here with me tonight. If you haven't, hit the like button. Share my ugly face on any social media you want. And, of course, I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm going to get ready to get out of here. It's almost 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm going to kick back, relax, watch me some damn Netflix and chill. All right. Hopefully, I don't know what's going to go on with the whole Terri Lynn saga, but if y'all hear something and figure out what the hell's going on, it just the math and what she said tonight don't math up. But basically, she laid in bed with a dirty dog and fleas jumped on her. And she's trying to downplay that a little bit is what I think. All right. Sometimes you have to learn a lesson the hard way. And I think she learned a lesson. Okay. Now that you've learned your lesson, Terri Lynn, get back out there, continue to do a good job searching for that boy. Don't give up. Because maybe that's what they wanted you to do, is give up. You know, if that's the case, don't let them win. Get back out there on the grind. Continue to search for this boy. And thank you for your hard work and dedication and looking for Sebastian. if anything, dealing with them hindered you from doing that. Because before it was, I didn't hear bad things about you. I just heard good things that you were out there searching for Sebastian. Them are the things I like to hear. Okay? Not that you're laid up with these bad people and they're trying to get you to do bad things. Do the right things. Be a good person. But you ain't even got to be a good person. Be a decent person. Okay? Just be a decent human being. And continue, because you're there. Right? And you did put some searches together with other people. That's the closest to an organized search we've had in years, like a year and some change. So continue to do that. Right? Continue to be the good person. Don't be neutral in this. Don't join sides. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Take Dolly's advice. Okay? I don't want to see any more videos of bad stuff about you. Do good. And remember this, guys. If nobody else in this world loves you, Dolly does. And I'll see you guys when I get my lazy ass up tomorrow. All right. Peace.